Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
Hey, how's it going? The lighting looks weird. You know what? I should probably shave. I woke up early today. I don't have an excuse for not shaving. No excuse. I could make one up, though. What's my excuse for not shaving? I'm lazy. Wait, shit, that's not an excuse. I didn't want to take a shower this morning because I took a shower last night. But when I took a shower last night, I didn't want to shave because I don't like shaving at night. I prefer to shave in the morning. It's actually an issue for me. It's a legitimate issue for me that I prefer to shave in the morning and I prefer to shower at night. But if I shave, I need to take a shower. These are like related phenomena. I guess I could just like manually wash my face and not wash the rest of my body. Well, that seems weird and unusual, and I don't want to do it. So we're going to go over to live scene. We're going to pop in. We have updated the game. It looks like there's a buff to the resistance formula and improved monster experience at high levels and some respec bug fixes. I'm not sure if any of those things are going to affect me because I don't think that my current level counts as high level. Oh, wait, the resistance formula will affect me. So that'll affect me. So 3D. Okay, we were in Tunnels to Eofall, 12:58 a.m. sounds about right. But yeah, I actually shave in stages. So I have an electric that I use, and then I follow that up with the disposables. I also have like a safety razor that I use, but because of the fact that I also have the electric, I don't need the safety razor as much anymore. So it's kind of a nuisance to set it up. So I often use the disposables instead for the second half. Whereas like with a safety razor, I can just like, oh god, I can't even tell which side of my face. I can actually just cut through something like this with a safety razor, which you can't do with a disposable. A disposable would die the second that it hit my hair. It would get fully clogged with hair and not cut anything. On basically first wipe. Alright, so we have a few items that we can identify, but we're not going to identify them until we have gone ahead and fought some of these. We seem to have saved before pulling a considerable number of these. I had almost everything in here dead, and then I threw it all away on hubris. Oh shit. Ooh. Well, now I'm going to throw it all away on just being an idiot. I was holding the forward button. So we're just going to drag these to where we need to be. Look at that. Look at us being able to read a map and bring things where they're supposed to be. Okay. Well, that teleported back home, so we should be able to just clear out the other two without any problem now. We don't have food, but we can TP in and out of here at will now. So it shouldn't be a huge issue. If we decide that we need the save files, we can just make that happen. We don't need to worry about it too much. Go the wrong way. Life is good. Okay. Do I want to try to just take out the ancient beginning without kiting? I don't think so. Hey, Umber Witcher. go. Easy peasy. Checkpoint. Goal. Wave. It's like typing in Wingdings. Wingdings is the one that's just like random symbols, right? Oh shit. If we just have Medusas in play, they're not terribly impressive. They're a little impressive, but not terribly impressive. You know what I mean? They don't even know how to spell the word impress. I mean, come on. Ow. Come on. Let's deal with this one first, and then we'll try to There we go. So we cleared the bulk of the dungeon now. I think there's probably still a few enemies left here, but not too many are going to be left at this point. But what is left is potentially very dangerous. Okay, we've got this one on us, so they both kind of looks like it. Do we play it safe? We probably should, honestly. We're going to do some melee kiting. You know, dick around a bit. More safety regulations, all that jazz. Exactly. Oh, fuck. That is the worst possible combination we could have gotten from 2 attacks. That's funny. Oh, God. Oh, God. Mistakes were made. Oh, man, what timing on this? Okay. Okay, so we can't cause any damage. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and cure the weakness. Everything's fine. Hey, Astro Kitty, perfect timing on coming in here. Perfect timing. Welcome to the party. It's probably going to teleport back. That's fine. I think it might just be these 2 left. So once we've taken out this one, we can move on to the other one and then we can call it a day. But I will say that behemoths are pretty strong. So the fact that we're able to handle the 2nd tier behemoths at this point is a pretty good sign for our transition into the late game. Because we're actually not, like, really anywhere near done yet. And if we're doing an okay job against these now, in theory, our power level relative to the enemies is just going to increase over time. And so if we have a fairly decent... Oh my god, there are so many enemies in this... There's so many enemies in here. I'm like, yeah, we probably have like a few left. Then I see a couple of behemoths coming out, and I'm like, well, there can't be that many in there. And then like 4 more show up. I'm like, concerning. I may or may not have exaggerated slightly, but I don't think I had exaggerated the danger that much, just the technical numerical values. Okay, that's fine. Your toast. Holy shit. Okay, we're gonna get over here. Because I think I can handle this solo behemoth, right? So that being the case, hello, friend. Okay, we're in the green, so that means that there probably aren't any more... probably aren't any more... whatchamacallits? Probably aren't any more in that actual area up there, since we're now moving adjacent to that area.
There's no room.
So that should be the whole pack. I think that the rest of the dungeon is just going to be looting a couple of random objects over there. And moving on with our life. We can also take a look at what loot we found. But we finished up the Tunnels to Deafall. So we're not leaving here to the next area. We finished up the Barrow Downs area, finally. Which is good. Let's take a look at where we are in this. Oh my, how are we this far ahead in Magic 7? Did this dungeon give me that much experience? Holy shit. I was not expecting it. Did I fuck up?
Very weak.
Was I already ahead? No, I'm not going to enter EFL to get the teleporter. We're not entering that area because that's a world map area. So I can pop a beacon here. It's not a huge deal though either way because I'm going to have to come back through here anyway because I need to go to Nyon still. Let's see here. So we're popping back to Harmondale. Did I just like finish the Harmondale stuff and then I was ahead already or something? Like, did I fuck up in going to AFL at all? That is a crazy... We have 7 levels of experience right now. Well, it's fine. It doesn't matter that much. So we're gonna head over to Might Magic 6. And do we want to head there now? Actually, no, we don't. We're gonna head up to Celeste first. And in Might Magic 6, we are finishing up Silver Cove, right? So we have 1 dungeon and a quest to do there. And other than that... yeah, the Endless Arena is an interesting mechanic. Looking forward to doing more of it. It's like, oh yeah, hey, there's an arena here that goes infinitely. Why am I going here? I'm not training with you. What am I doing? Why did I think that? Oh, nice. Yeah, the Endless Arena is a very good source of legendaries because there's so many bosses in it, especially if you haven't caught up to it in a while. Like,
Best training.
Yahoo!
Brilliant. Brilliant. Brilliant.
So
Brilliant.
crazy how much experience you got there.
Brilliant.
Okay. Staff, unarmed. Body, leather, body, region. Staff. Again. Okay, you are, I think, also just going to get everything caught up for now. Sword and spirit. Eventually we're going to probably need to get mind caught up on this character, but it's not a high priority at this exact moment. We have GM Arms Master. This is 224. This is also 224. So we don't need to worry about Arms over Dagger. Dagger has the additional crit chance, so Dagger is better than Arms. But Arms has the advantage that it gives Thinger. Oh, do I want to get Enlightenment caught up? I don't know if I need it at the moment or not. Let's see, let's get this up to... I'm going to get this to 21. And I think I might go through and just level up everything at maybe like about the same pace for this character. I might want to just put Dagger like exactly 10 points ahead and then just keep everything aligned together. The issue is that fire and water are so cheap that it doesn't really make a lot of sense to try to keep everything else caught up with them. Let's see here. So we're getting everything to 27. And then let's go with... Yeah, I'm going to go with Frost. Frost increases my DPS. I think that makes sense. Spear. Get everything leveled up nice and evenly, even if I forget to check the other side for a second. All right, we're going to pop over, grab some food.
Come on in, have hope you like.
And I will TP to Harmondale, and now we can... What? Actually, we're not quite ready to leave, but we're going to go outside, and then we're going to check our inventory. And then we'll do the inventory management boss before we move on to the next area.
Very weak.
Shocking, I know. And let's cast Fly. I'm just going to immediately resolve the 3 items that I have in my inventory that are all armor and all sellable.
See anything you want? Thanks a lot.
Okay, so this is worthless. We now have 2 legendaries.
It's
No
useless.
thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you. It's important to be polite. No thank you, no thank you, no thank you. You know, politeness is...
See anything you want? Thanks a lot.
not actually that important. Kindness is important. Politeness is kind of meh.
Powerful this
Politeness is important in the context of in the context of
Very
being
weak.
kind, but not
very weak.
for its own sake. Okay.
See anything you want? Thanks a lot.
Let's see here.
Need a new weapon?
Bang.
Okay.
Need a new weapon?
Bang. Very weak.
Okay.
Huh. Powerful this is. Huh.
Let's see. We've got you and you.
See anything you want?
See, I do not buy items from shops, just kind of generally, like as a general case. So I don't buy them. There's a lot of useful stuff that you can get in shops. I believe you can buy crafting materials in shops. I think you can even buy rare crafting materials in
Can
shops.
I help you with anything?
So like I could buy crafting sunstones. They're very expensive, right? But I could deal with that partially by just getting more stuff. I could get stuff like crafting cubes. So like
Surely you're not speaking to me.
you can get you can get a lot of good stuff in shops. And if you're looking to like make a perfect item of some sort, like it would make a lot of sense to like potentially just buy something out of a shop that happens to have like the right affixes on it so that you don't have to waste the rare stuff purging affixes and then attach whatever you want to attach to it. But it's not a thing that I've ever had to interact with because the rules don't allow it, so since the rules don't allow it, I don't make the rules. I just create the rules. But other than the fact that I make the rules, I don't make the rules. Other than the part where explicitly I do in fact make all of the rules, I don't make the rules. Outside of that one
Powerful this is.
tiny,
Powerful this is.
tiny technicality. Alright, so this is endurance. This is a lot of endurance.
My
And it also has speed, so it's not like it's completely
I can't
useless
carry anymore.
for other purposes.
There's no room left.
So we'll check if anybody has bad enough stuff if this is worthwhile. The answer is yeah. It's probably worthwhile for quite a few people to make those kinds of a trade. I can actually increase unarmed now and have it be valuable. So that's useful. So it looks like this item is like the best item that I have right now. Which one? I'm gonna take. We'll compare against that item because I think that's a better thing to check against. And we could increase our DPS by 10% with that. Already know Dispel. You have an abandoned temple map. Staff. This is the MAW mod, M-A-W, all caps. So it is basically like a difficulty mod for Merge mod. And it adds like new difficulty settings and stuff like that. It also is the thing that adds the bosses, all that jazz. But that's the only modding that I have. I also typically, when I'm running 6, I typically edit some of the models. I typically replace the cannibal model with the merchant model because I think the cannibal model is cringe. But I'm not doing that for this because it's merge mod, not 6, and I haven't edited. I haven't edited the thing. So yeah, the cannibal model is
See anything you want?
a problem.
Thanks a lot.
It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough.
Can I help you with anything?
The thing that's weird. The other thing. I also change out the peasant model and the assassin model and the follower ball model. That's the other thing that I swap out because in Might Magic 6, all those models, including the cannibal model, are labeled as peasant models in the game files. The presumption that I have based off of like the multiracial makeup of all the people in the towns is that they had originally intended to do something similar to what they do with 7,
Thanks.
where different towns have different populations or something like that. And then at some point during development, someone said, you made how many assets for people that you don't interact with in gameplay? No, these have to be interacted with gameplay. You have to make some of these models into enemies. So you end up with the only model that isn't used in the game is the merchant woman model, which is not used anywhere, I don't believe. I guess you can run into it in the arena, I think, actually.
Ooh.
And then the merchant
Ooh.
guy model is used in for Q. And then all the other ones got turned into monsters. So all the non-white ones. So fun choice. But yeah, so anyway, so I swap out the cannibal model with the merchant models, and I swap the peasant models that are used in the towns for the Indian peasant models, or as they call them in the files, like I think like Eastern peasant or something like that. But like the Indian peasant models, I swap out for the white peasant models, which then creates a less weird like through line of like the Ba cultists then are not like, yes, well, all of the weak Ba cultists are Indian and all the strong ones are white. Instead they're just all white. It's fine. The Ba cultists can be white. But anyway, so that's the
anything you
edit
want?
that I typically make to 6, which I think is way better. I think that
Thanks a lot.
I think the white peasant models work better, honestly, as the bot cultists. I think that it's more fun that way. It feels less like bizarre.
Let's leave it behind. Let's leave it behind.
Let's see here.
We don't need this.
I have a strong association of random white people and cults. I'm an American.
Let's leave it behind.
Let's see. We've got the belts. We've got
There's no room.
these. I'm telling you, you get to the Americas and things get really
Thanks.
really
Come
weird
again.
with the religions there.
See anything you want? Thanks a lot.
But at any rate, we have. I'm going to focus today. Today I'm focusing on what I need to do because I need to have. I'm like so. I've been enjoying like just talking about random stuff, but I have paid so little attention, and it's going to bite me in the ass because I don't know anything about where my party's build is at this point. I absolutely need to do some itemization and get my shit done. Let's see. Yeah, it's
Can I help you with anything?
it's unfortunate. I really like Might and Magic 6, and it's like it's an association there that is not one I really love. So we've got some ore. We've got this. We've got this. That isn't really true though. Like it's like that's objectively not really true. Like people knew what they were doing back then with that kind of a model. Like if the game was made in like the 70s, that might be accurate, but this game was made way too late. Or not this. This game definitely would have been made too late, but like what was it, late 90s, early 2000s was way later than that kind of a trope was really like not fairly well known. Though, to be fair, also programmers are not exactly known for being the most like socially aware people on Earth. What? People exist? I don't think so. I think only code exists. Actually, I don't think there's any people on Earth.
Who needs it?
Let's see.
I can't fit anymore.
Yeah, no. I do think that they were trying to do one
See anything
thing
you want?
with what they built there, and then the constraints of the medium, and in terms of like
Thanks a lot.
like how expensive it is to make all of these models that you're saying that you're not going to use, stuff like that. I think the expenses of the medium were something that someone decision in management said you can't use these models for what you're intending to use them for, which might have been like which would have been probably way like better. Like you'll notice that they use the cannibal model in the ending cutscene. Like all of the peasant models are used in the ending cutscene.
Can I help you with anything?
So if those were just a peasant model and not like a generic like monster that you fight, if they were a peasant model that is used in some like swamp region or something, right? That is much more of a reasonable usage. Because like to be clear, like there's people in the world who dress like that, like pretty much. Like the fact that people use it as a caricature doesn't mean that it's not like that it's intrinsically like a thing that you can never use, but you don't want to use that and then dehumanize the people that it's attached to at the same time. Like you kind of have to pick one. If you're going to make a like dehumanizing mechanic, like a dehumanizing mechanical usage, which is like the generic monsters are dehumanized, right? In mechanically, right? Then you need to have a design that doesn't lean into that kind of stuff, because you're double dipping at
Need
that
a new
point.
weapon?
So
Thanks. Come again.
that's my perspective on it.
See
Is,
anything you want?
you know, if I'm right about my presumptions about what the original design intent was with that model, I still wouldn't use it. I wouldn't have designed it that way, but I think that it's more justifiable. The end product ended up being kind of like, okay, well, that's not of its time. That's of an earlier, more racist time, if that makes any sense. But I think... Oh, we actually have more items to identify here. We haven't gone through all
fit
the
anymore.
items yet.
It's worthless.
Okay, let's get this done.
See anything you want? Thanks a lot.
Need a new weapon? Thanks. Come again.
Well, it's more. It's not prejudice against people with African descent so much as it's prejudice against indigenous populations, right? Like like those tropes are used for like those particular like tropes of like the spear chucking, you know, like mostly naked black guy. Those are mostly used in like the darkest Africa kind of like, you know, exploration type films, in like King Kong and stuff like that uses that, which is not about like African Americans. That's about like
We could sell it.
Africans and like,
Now here's
you know,
something.
Pacific
Fit
or
anymore.
more likely like Atlantic Islanders and stuff like that, right? That's more of a
See anything you want?
that's an indigenous trope, not a like it's an anti-indigenous thing more so than about like local to the area that they make the media
Now this will do.
descendants.
It's worthless.
There's probably some. I'm sure there's blowback that hits, like, you know, everyone, because race is going to be
See
racist.
anything you
But
want?
the I think the trope itself is more like,
Thanks a
God,
lot.
what's the word I'm thinking? It's an Orientalist trope more than a than a like.
Can I help you with
What
anything?
is the thing that I'm thinking of?
Thanks. Come again.
American racist caricatures of black people, the minstrel show type thing. It's not like a minstralism type thing. It's a like, it's an Orientalism thing, which is a related concept, but it's not quite the same thing. So, at any rate, yeah, I mean, these are the conversations that you have to have when you're playing games like this, right? It's like, okay, like that was
This is perfect.
that was cringe, and it doesn't mean that the game is unplayable, and it doesn't mean that all the people involved were terrible. It doesn't even mean that the people who made the art
Need a new weapon?
were necessarily like
Thanks. Come again.
like being
Anything you
racist
want?
when they made it.
Thanks a lot.
But the overall product ends up being more cringe than it
Can I
had to
help
be
you
as a
with
result
anything?
of that.
Thanks. Come again.
Yeah, I feel like so the intention with 6, I think, was to create like a colony. You'll note that all the people in positions of power are white. Like you have a pretty clear like authoritarian colonial architecture that has been created over these colonies here, right? Like it feels like an attempt to create a colonial structure, but there's so little plot and there's so little real engagement with that
We could sell it.
that I just don't think that they end up. I have a suspicion that the people who made the game had more ambitious commentary that they intended to make
Can I help you with
that they
anything?
ended up not making because they just didn't have the time and resources available to actually touch on the topics that they were intending to. That would be my guess. And whether they would have done a good job with it is another question entirely, right?
Can I help you
But
with anything?
I think that there was I think that it was a deliberate choice to not use the fantasy races, not a mistake, and it ended up being like, it ended up resulting in some weird shit where like you have just like random aunties, like it's so bizarre. Like the Indian model is like. It just looks
Can I
like
help you with
random
anything?
aunties and uncles. It's so strange because it's just like a random dude, and it's like, wait, what? Why is this random like uncle with a walking stick like attacking me,
Thanks.
right?
Come again.
Which to some degree reflects on like, does it reflect on any of the other models? I mean, you have the priests, but the priests are explicitly like a priest of a specific religion, and they're dressed like priests, right? So, like you can make an argument for that being kind of like, okay, this is just a generic priest guy, but like, but even a priest is way more specific than just a random dude. Was there another game that it was intended to like? Do you mean that like? What do you mean by that sentence? Was there some other project that it was supposed to be, and then it became something else mid development? Is this like a Warcraft situation, or is this like, or are you just referencing like the things that they had in the design queue that never ended up getting used?
Can I help you with anything? Thanks.
Okay. So I think we're done with the inventory management aspect. Interesting. I'll have to look into the history with my Magic 6. That would be very interesting. I'd assumed that it was built in-house. Okay. So, we have a few things of import to do. I think I'm going to use my ore first. I think we're going to do that because that's an easy thing for me to wrap my head around. So we can use my ore first, get that part settled. So I'm just going to look around in my inventories, find all the ore, and dump it here. Just watch, she's going to have all the ore in a different inventory because I'm smart. I have all the inventory. I have all of the stuff in her inventory, but it's in two different inventories. Yep. Well played. Okay, well played, Arctole. Good job. Do I want to do a Gigasort? I think I might want to do a Gigasort. Yeah, let's just do a Gigasort. We're going to see what happens. Hopefully we don't have everything
I
explode
can't.
too badly. My hope is that all the ore ends up in the same inventory.
I can't fit anymore.
So, we have a bunch of random bullshit here. The other thing that I want to do, we're going to go back into Harmondale Castle. We're going to deposit all of our artifacts into the castle. Because we don't need to just carry around the artifacts forever. That's fine. And then once we do that... Interesting. Oh, well, we have... Well, it's a good thing we've already done that in part. Okay, Herrick's leather is here. Okay, so judicious measure we do not need. Corsair. Yeah, one issue I will say with the fantasy's tendency to have monoracial humans and then have fantasy races as like the only race that exists. One issue that I will say with that is that you end up sometimes running into a problem with the fact that like there are a lot of fantasy races that are often used as stand-ins for like real people. Right? So like it's not uncommon to see like goblins used as a pretty direct stand-in for Jewish people. As an example, right? Like it's not uncommon to have that. And one of the issues that you run into when you're making a project and you are just using fantasy races is if you're not fairly aware of actual like racial stereotypes, you might not realize which people are dog whistling. Like, you might not realize which people are dog whistling, and so you'll replicate some really, like, very, toxic, dangerous shit. Like, the number of times I've seen the Happy Merchant drawing used by Korean companies who I don't think realize what that is. Right? I think that's the name for it, right? But like there's been quite a lot of times that I've seen some really, really anti-Semitic stuff coming out of like anti-Semitic in the sense of like, oh, this is literally a recreation of like Nazi propaganda that is like just in a thing that I don't think the people who made it have any idea that they're drawing from that. They don't know. And you end up with that being more common in things that are in fantasy settings where it's like, okay, well, I don't know anything about race, but I can safely talk about race if it's orcs. And it's like, well, no, you can't safely talk about race if you don't know anything about race, just because you're using orcs as a stand-in for racial groups. Because you end up replicating, because you don't know which things that you can do with orcs that are like fine and which things that you're doing with orcs where you're like, oh yeah, I'm literally just recreating like racist, comic caricatures from the 1960s. You just don't know, right? Because it's like, why would you know unless you have, if you're doing this to avoid needing to know what you're talking about, you just can't, right? So you can have a bunch of different races and just not talk about racism. Like, this is something that's very important, is that racism doesn't have to be a thing in your setting. You can just not have racism. That's a thing you can do. And it's very useful to just be like, you know what? Maybe in my setting, racism just isn't a thing. So maybe that's what I'm gonna do. I just ignore it. And you can't have all media do that. Like, somebody has to be, like making art where racism is a thing and a component of the art. Somebody has to do it, but it doesn't have to be you. If you don't know anything about racism, you don't have to talk about it. The racial distinctions are arbitrary, and there's nothing intrinsic about like racial distinctions, even like on a species level of like orcs and goblins and things like that. There's nothing about those things that demands that you engage with like any analog for like modern day stuff, because it's like, I don't know, man, did your setting have chattel slavery, so people had to like invent racism? Like is there some reason why like everyone needs to be in an ethno state? Like, but you just don't need to. You could, oh wait, I went to the wrong place. I was supposed to go to 8. I meant to go to Jadane so that I could just pop over to the people in there. There's a lot of tropes about a variety of people, like there's a lot of tropes that are tied in with like a bunch of different stuff. Like characters with low intellect are often derived off of weird racist caricatures as well. Like even like that's just the origin point of a lot of that stuff. But like a lot of it is kind of like cartoonishly fake, which is kind of useful because it's like not particularly reminiscent of anyone in particular. But yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff with. Okay, we can make item, make armor. Where's the weapon person? Okay, now's the time where we actually have to focus up. I have to focus up because I need to be working on the thinger. Let's see here. I need to basically figure out what my priorities are for these characters. Where the hell's the weapon person? I found the armor person, I found the item person. Is the weapon person in this building? No. Did I see them and then just like skip past them or something? Or did I actually not find them yet?
How may I serve?
Oh, the blood bank. You call yourselves the blood bank, but you're not open at night. I'm just gonna go ahead and point that out. Just you know, just gonna point that out. Okay, I thought I had to focus up because I thought I was getting to the weapons store, but I don't actually have to focus up yet. I thought we needed to focus, and then it's like, wait, no, I still haven't. I thought that I knew where I was going, but I apparently don't. Fuck it, we're going to Jadane. Sorry, we're going to Alvar, because I know where that is. I figured I'd go to the place where it's like, oh yeah, this is right in town. Oh wait, do I want to make weapons, or do I want... Yeah, I should make weapons. Because we need weapons, I think, more than we need anything else right now, right? We have a spear. We have a single axe. We need 2 more axes. We have 1 dagger. We need 2 more daggers. We don't have a sword. And we don't have a staff. So yeah, let's get ourselves set up. Okay, there we go. So make a weapon person is sitting right here. Who has the stuff? It's you, right? No, it's not you. It's you. All right.
There's no room.
Okay. So we're just gonna make a bunch of different weapons. Okay, so I think we've used all of our ore, and we can just check through all this stuff. That's a
How lucky. Huh.
suboptimal. Okay.
We don't
My
need
assumption is that I'm not going to find anything useful in this pile, but we might.
We don't need this.
How funny would it be if we found another legendary spear?
Worthless.
It's actually funny. I think we found more legendary spears than we've actually found legendary bows in this run. We found like 3 legendary spears, right? Which is new for us, because usually we're just stockpiling bows. Alright, I'm just going to toss all this stuff. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I didn't look too closely at their stats, but none of it excited me. Let's see here. Well, it also depends on what you refer to as an intellectual disability, right? Because, like, ADHD is considered a disability, right? So, like, you know, I have ADHD. That's an intellectual disability, 100%. Like, especially from like a schooling perspective, like it's very difficult to manage a school environment. Like the thing about that kind of stuff is that like there's a reason that like I think intellectual disability has fallen out of favor. I mean, autism and ADHD are different, right? But they both are like they're both make it hard to do the things that you're asked to do in an educational environment, right? And like, you know, like I'm gonna go ahead and say that like in terms of like intellectual disability, aphantasia, the complete inability to create mental pictures, is a pretty crazy mental disability, right? Like that's an actual like disability. You are missing an entire sense in your brain, but it doesn't mean that you're incapable of doing any particular thing, right? Any individual thing that you have, whether it be, you know, autism, which is admittedly on a spectrum, and I don't know really like the edge, like when you get to the maximal stages of that, I don't know how workable that is for like communication. I don't know a lot about very severe autism. But like when it comes to most like intellectual disabilities, they are things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis that make our life harder, and which often, oh shit, we did the Gigasort and it didn't even sort things all out. Okay, so we have more ore to sort through. Yeah, there's no like one measure for intelligence. It's just a matter of like what skills, like what mental tools you create for yourself and how effectively you can utilize those tools, both innately and in conjunction with the other tools that you've been able to build. And part of that is like social, and part of that is educational, which is also a component of social, and part of that is like, you know, oh, well, I can't make pictures in my head, so all of these bizarre teaching techniques that you're doing where you're trying to get me to visualize a thing are insane. I actually remember I was reading a math book recently that was meant to make like math easier for people to understand. It was like a pop math book, and I enjoy reading like pop math books, right? Like they're fun for me. I remember reading this book, and it just infuriated me. I hated it so much because it kept drawing things back to geometry, you know. And since it kept drawing things back to geometry, I'm like, why are you describing shapes to me? This is supposed to be a math text. I can't understand what you're talking about because you're talking about fucking triangles.
Business was a pleasure.
And it's like, what is happening? And it's like, oh, because other people can see images in their head, so math makes more sense to them through the lens of geometry. Fun fact, I suspect, and I could be wrong on this, but I have a suspicion that if you track students' math scores into their geometry and trigonometry classes, but mostly into their geometry classes, and you see a massive drop as soon as they hit geometry, where their test scores plummet when they hit geometry, that motherfucker has aphantasia. I guarantee you that person has aphantasia. I have no data to back this up, but it's my presumption as someone who's very good at math and very bad at geometry. I'm not very bad at geometry. But I'm not special at geometry. as someone whose geometry scores plummeted and didn't know that I have aphantasia until way late in my life, because I didn't know that other people would. When people talk about like, ooh, visualize the such and such in your mind, I had no idea those people were being literal. Like, what do you mean you're literally picturing a thing? You're like closing your eyes and an image of a thing. You know what image I can see? I can see the after image of my ring light. That's what I can see because it's burned into my retina. That's what I can see when I close my eyes. Anyway, so like, I think that it would be very interesting for that to be like a thing that, educators pay attention to. Because I'd be curious to know if there's like a very significant, like, oh yeah, we can actually massively help our students by acknowledging that, like, oh yeah, if this person who really likes math really starts hating math the second the geometry shows up, maybe the reason there is because we keep dealing with shapes and we're moving away from the thing that they're good at and into all this shape bullshit that they can't even perceive. But because it was understood when I was a kid that a lot of people who are good at math, like who are particularly good at math, are particularly bad at geometry. And I'm curious if part of that is because the esoteric numerical formulas are things that are difficult for someone who's used to like using visualization as a tool to get their head around, but which are easy for someone who has who does not have that tool at all to do, because there's no further like esotericism to it compared to their normal stuff. And then once those kids get put into a position where everyone gets this massive boost, not everybody, but all the people who don't have aphantasia get this massive boost to their ability to understand things, because they're talking about shapes that you can see in the real world and that you can see in your head and that you can understand through the prism of like your intuitive comprehension of the natural world and its shapes and objects. Whereas for me, like, as soon as I close my eyes, like, all that shit's gone, right? Like the natural world and all the shapes and things like that don't exist to me. Everything exists in this sort of like spider web of vaguely associated ideas. Okay, so now is the time where we actually do focus up. We've got an item here. We've got a legendary here. Let's see, what stuff do we need to worry about? We've got kind of mediocre belts. They have death and eradication immunity. This one doesn't, but it also does have a boost to all stats. Let's see. I think that it's getting better generally for people that are on the spectrum. I think that people understand the spectrum a lot better now than they used to, and
That'll be useful.
I think that I think that has been helping and will continue to help moving forward. But I mean, right up until things get really bad. But we don't need to go into we don't need to go into the American elections. But we have these bones, and when we turn in these bones, we don't lose rep, right? Is that correct? Does turning in the bones give me negative rep? Let's see. I think... Cobra eggs don't give negative rep, and I thought they did. I think the bones do, though, right? Am I crazy? Do the bones give negative rep? I don't know if they do or not. I think it might have been one of those things that I associated with a rep drop that was caused by something else, and then I was corrected by chat, and then I forgot about the correction. Or rather, I didn't forget about the correction, but I forgot whether the correction was just for the Cobra eggs or whether it's for both. Let's see here. Do we make up some black potions right now? And what do we need in terms of alchemy skill to get up to, like, what is it? What do we need, like 140? Total power? Second. Because we're going to need to increase our alchemy skill. We can't just increase it with items, because we can only increase with items up to the... actually, I'm not going to load that. I'm going to save under danger first. So we have a test save and a danger save. That way I have 2 saves in case I screw something up. Alright, we're going to load first run complete. And with first run complete, we had 10 skill, but we were using a bunch of items that increased our alchemy skill. Ding. So, what is like the Philosopher's Stone looking like? Philosopher's Stone here is 134 base power. That's what this Philosopher's Stone does. And we need... Is it 165? I think it's 165 that we need. So, if we need 165 total, and we're going to eventually get Philosopher's Stones that give us 134, and we might be able to get higher than that if we get to higher level. This is probably some theory crafting that I should have done earlier. Because the Philosopher's Stones are the linchpin here that we need. 136 from this one. So I don't know that we're going to get anything too much higher than that. Load test. So, if we have, let's assume that 135 is a value that we'll be able to get on a Philosopher's Stone by the end of the game. Let's take that as an assumption. Let's assume that we have a frictionless plane. So we have 135. At the moment, we can get, wait, can we get 40? Off of that. We have Grand Mastery, so power is increased by 2 per skill point. So we have 40 as a maximum with 10 alchemy. So we have plus 40 available right now. I don't think that we need to put any more points into alchemy. We're actually golden. So at some point, we will need to do some other shenanigans. But for right now, what we can do is say, great, that means we can just start making the potions that we need to make. So let's quickly switch this back over here so there isn't a delay. And because the delay looking at the stream is what messes me up. It's like there's a duplicate of me over here right now, but it's not on a delay, so I'm not like seeing a desynced motion. I'm seeing the same motion. Like it's like having a mirror in the corner of your eye, which isn't nearly as distracting. Okay, where are those white potions at? Okay, so we need to make a paladin's potion if possible. So, dark toy. Indeed. Okay, so this is resilience. Do we have resilience on this? No. But that is informative because it tells us that we're not going to be able to make that. Alright, so we need to make stone to flesh potions. Stone to flesh potions will give us... So that's green, orange, green is what we're looking for at the moment. And none of our potion bottles are in the correct inventory. So we're looking for green, orange, green. So we will do... Take just all of the bottles that we've got pre-built here. And
Great. Now we
green,
can use
orange, and a
Great,
green.
now we can use
That gives us Paladin's Potion. Paladin Potion we can turn into Pure Elemental Resist with a red.
Great. Now
There we
we
go.
can
So we
use
now have Pure Elemental Resistance. I think I'm going to make the Element Resistance Potions first. Also, interesting note, I don't need to make 5 Self-Resistance Potions. Because...
Great. Now we can use it. Great. Now we can use it.
I don't have that many characters that are vulnerable to that type of damage.
Great. Now we
I
can
only need
use
to
it.
make 3 of them. So Pure Elemental Resistance times 2. And we've used a decent number of materials. Fortunately, all this Gog blood is making for orange stuff. I could just tinker with the potions too. Do I want to make a few random types of potion actually? Just to see what happens? Probably not. I don't want to tinker around with potions for that long. Do we have any potions that I could use, or any catalysts that I could use that would get me... Let's see, this would get me 50... This would get me 55 power, right? Because I have a plus 40? As long as I equip Clanker's Amulet. So I just need to find Clanker's Amulet in my inventory. Okay, Clanker's Amulet gives plus 15. And we never need to worry about it because we're not going to have enough to ever get higher than that. So that's all set. So, we now have the ability to make
Great,
this
now we can
potion.
use
That is a 54 power catalyst. Should that not be a 55 power catalyst?
Great. Now we can
Why
use
is
it.
it a 54 power catalyst? Does the initial skill point not count? But even if it didn't count, it should count. That wouldn't give me that. So I need a slightly more powerful mushroom for some reason. Right? What's that? Saving under danger.
Ah, perfect mix.
That gave me the right value. Is this a rounding issue? This is a 15 power potion. We have Clanker's Amulet on.
Ah, perfect mix.
This gives me 54. If I do the one with 17,
Ah, perfect mix.
that gets me 57. Okay, I'm gonna actually file a bug report on this. Because my guess is that this is a rounding error. How do you spell reagent? It's Spell pageant. No. How the fuck do you spell this word? Okay, it's with an E. This seems to be okay. I just wanted to file that bug report quick because it's useful to get the bug reports in. Let's see here. It's not like it's a huge deal. Like, it's going to be an off by 1 error most likely, like as a maximum. But it's good to, like, those are often really easy to find because it's like the thing that's displaying is probably using a slightly different calculation. It's just rounding something differently than the things, than the actual calculation. So all you have to do is make sure that those equations are identical. Like, it doesn't matter whether the potion should have given me 54 or should have given me 55. The disparity between those two values is the only problem. And it's probably just that one of the two formulas got updated to use a slightly different way of rounding at some point, and it wasn't clocked that they are now slightly different from each other. Again, it doesn't make a huge difference, but it'll matter in edge cases. So, like, we can also check this other 15, because depending on how much power this thing actually has, because this is like bolstered, right? So this is potentially like 14.7 or 15.3. It's entirely possible that this will actually give me 55. It did not, though. So do these give consistent values is the question. It might be tied specifically to the value of 15, which would be very interesting, where 15 is giving a desynced value compared to others. Because we've now done several potions, and all the ones that were 15 power gave an off by 1 error. But the ones that weren't 15 power gave the correct value. Interesting. Okay, so we've got 4 catalysts right now that we can use. We can use this obsidian. What am I doing here? Okay.
Perfect mix.
The nice thing right now is that since we know we're not going to be increasing either our gear bonus or our thinger bonus, and it's just a matter of the actual reagents that we're using, we can very casually use these reagents. It's a big difference in the general thinger. So we got the elemental resistance potions, but we've only got 2 of them. So we need to make some more blues. And by blues, I mean greens. Which I think blues are going to be the thing I need the most.
Perfect mix. Perfect mix.
Okay.
Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can use it.
So a paladin potion that we're adding a red to.
Great, now we can use it.
Go. So we now have 3 of these. So where's the rest of our stuff? These are blue, right? Yes. do that. Get ourselves. We also have a bunch of these. Let's just throw a bunch of these in the inventory. Okay.
Ah, great.
So
now we can
green.
use it.
And
Great.
orange.
Now we can use it. Ah, perfect. Great.
green.
Now we can use it. Great.
Red.
Now we can use it.
It's pure elemental.
Ah, great. Now, ah, perfect mix. Ah, perfect mix. Great. Now we can use it. Ah, perfect.
Okay, we now have 5 pure elemental resistance potions. So these we can convert into
Ah, perfect mix. Great. Now we can
what
use
we're
it.
looking for.
Ah, perfect mix. Great. Now we can use it. Ah, perfect.
So that gives us a full slate of elemental resistance potions. Which is great for me. So that's going to give us a nice little plus 30 bonus over what we had before. Let's go ahead and save under dungeon. So we have 936. I'm just confirming that we actually have the same value that I would expect. So 936 to... Yeah, okay, perfect. There's no multiplication involved in any step of this. So, let's see. So we've done the elemental potions. Do we want to... Yeah, we're going to keep going because we have a ton of materials. So...
Ah, perfect mix. Great. Now we can use it. Ah, perfect. Great. Now we can. Ah, perfect. Great. Now we can use it.
A bunch of this shit.
Ah, perfect mix. Great. Now we can use it.
Green. And... Did I... Is this the one that I was using as a reference? Or is this one I made myself? I'm not going to worry about it. It's fine. I don't want to use the white potions. No, I want to hold on to a reference potion. So, let's see. I like having the reference potions, though it's not really probably necessary. What was I doing? Right. Mixing green and orange.
Ah,
again.
Perfect mix.
Then
Great. Now we can use
green.
it.
Then
Ah,
red.
perfect
That
mix.
gives us... I'm an idiot. I made another pure... I made the paladin potion and then went a step further. I did not need to go a step further. Okay.
Great. Now we can use
Whoopsies.
it. Ah, perfect mix.
Mistakes were made.
Ah, perfect mix. Great.
Don't
now
worry
we can
about it.
use
It's not gonna come back to bite us in the
Great.
ass.
Now we can use it.
It's gonna be fine. Okay, so that's done.
Ah, perfect mix.
So we get this. That gives us a paladin's potion. The paladin's potion can also be turned into what? Pure self-resistance. So we add a yellow to this.
Ah, perfect.
That gives us a pure self-resistance potion. So...
Ah, perfect mix.
Okay, so...
Ah, perfect mix.
Do we need any reds? Yes, we do, because we need to make
Ah, perfect mix.
an
Great. Now we
orange.
can use it.
And add a
Great.
green.
Now we can use it. Great. Now we can use. Ah, perfect mix. Great.
Add a
Now we
green
can use it.
again. And then we add a yellow.
Ah, great. Now
Okay,
we
so
can use
this will allow us to... Oh, wait, no, we need one more.
it. Great. Now we can use it. Ah, perfect mix. Great. Now we can. Ah, perfect. Great. Now we can use it. Great. Now we can use it. Ah, great. Now we can use it.
And then one more.
Ah, perfect. Great. Now
There
we
we
can
go.
use it.
So pure self-resistance, times 3. Perfect. Save this up. Let's go look through our reagents. Any 20 power or any 16 power reagents? That's the question. This is a reagent, right? Yeah, there's a catalyst, not reagent. So this is going to make a 70-something power potion. And do I have any more things of around that level of power? You know, I might not, honestly. These are blue, these are yellow. There we go, we got reagents here. Any of these? Yeah, there we go. So that's 27, that's 22, this is 19, this is 19, this is 13, not enough, not enough, not enough. 18, that is enough. 17, that should be enough. 19, 15 may or may not be enough. It depends on how consistent the rounding is. 24, 18, 24, 27, 20, 18. Okay. And then we can just make. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get the reagents that I can't use out of there, or the catalysts that I can't use out of there. Let's see. Can you convert channel points into bits? I don't know that you can. Is that a thing on Twitch? Because bits are like a money thing, right? And channel points are like not part of the monetary component of Twitch. I'm not intimately familiar with all of like the systems, like the monetary systems that Twitch has. Yeah, I would assume that it would make them lose money. I could see some hypothetical way that they could make that work, like through some sort of weird like advertising thing, maybe.
Great, now we can use it.
Because like you can get bits by watching ads or something, right?
Perfect mix. Perfect mix.
I think that's a thing you can do. Like, I think you can convert watching ad time into bits in some way. I think someone was talking about that a long time ago. But I don't know the details of any of this kind of stuff because I'm not. Oh, that's an elemental resistance potion that I just upgraded. Whoops. Whoops. We made a mistake. We made a potion that we didn't need to make. And then we catalyzed that same potion. Alright, so these should all work. So now everybody has plus 30 to all resists. Which is not bad. That's a pretty nice little boost to our overall durability. Whole party is a little bit more. When did your vitality get to 134k? When did we get out of the tens of thousands and into the hundreds of thousands? Wait, when did this happen? I'm gonna load the autosave. Wow. Wow. Let's see. 15 ages. 15 years of aging. Okay, so we've done that. Next, we have... Oh, right, because we just gained like 9 levels or something, right? Yeah, we just gained a ton of levels. Yeah, that's part of it, at the very least. Okay, so we don't need to make paladin potions anymore, right? Paladin potions are not useful because paladin potions are used to make resist potions that we do not need anymore. So, resilience gives us pure everything. So how do we make a resilience potion? Do we know? We do not. We do not. Oh, we can make a wisdom boost. Is wisdom boost one of the things in this list? I was looking at the wrong part of this. Wisdom boost. So we can make a protection potion. This would be orange and blue. That's actually a very efficient routing. So orange and blue gives wisdom. Orange, blue, and purple.
Perfect mix.
Sounds like a good time. So...
Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can use it.
So what was it? Orange, blue.
Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it.
That gives us this, which we can make pure power, wisdom, or resilience out of. So let's make the power potions first, I think. Let's see. Legendary effects don't stack with themselves, no. They stack with other similar effects. So if you have, reduces damage taken by X% per enemy nearby, and you have minus 10%, those two effects are different effects, but basically you can think of it like a legendary effect is either on or off. right? So you either have the 10% damage reduction or you don't. You don't have like the 10% and then another one, right? It's more like a flag than a stat. And that may or may not be a useful way to describe it, depending on
Great, now we can perfect mix. Great,
the
now
particular
perfect
way
mix. Great, now we can use it.
that one's brain interprets
Great, now we can
information.
use it.
Let's see.
Great, now we can use it.
We're making
Perfect mix.
orange,
Great,
blue,
now we can use it. Perfect mix.
purple.
Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can perfect mix. Great, now we perfect mix. Great, great, now we can use it.
Okay.
Great, now we can great,
Orange,
now we can use it.
blue.
Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it. Perfect. Great, now we can use it.
Okay. So we now have 5 wisdom boosts in play. Some of these have quite high base power. This wisdom boost has a base power of 52. So I could probably make some of these with like actually high enough power baseline rather than relying on the catalysts. Do we want to go with power or do we want to go with resilience? I think we want to go to power first. We're going to go with power and then resilience.
Great, now we can perfect mix.
Was one of these a reference? No, right? The reference was over here still.
Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it. Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it.
Work indeed. Something need doing? Okay, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're gonna check the 15. Where's the 15? So 15 should be right
Great,
here.
now we can
That
use
is also still 54. So all
Great,
of the
now
things
we
that I
can use
have that say 15
perfect mix. Great, now
seem
we
to
can use
be
it.
looking at it
Perfect
off by
mix.
1 error. I did not check all of those values.
Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it. Perfect mix.
Okay. So we have pure power for everybody. Get that done. This just gives plus 20 to might and accuracy. Let's see. Hey, you know how to get emotes working, so you got one up on me. You got one up on me. I could probably use a like reasonable leveled red reagent to guarantee that the potion ends up at the right position now I think about it. Alright, we're just making basically the same thing, only we're capping the potion differently now, right? Is that what's happening now? Like the capstone potion just needs to be different. So we have purples and reds that we're just going to move in there. Then do we have other... pre-built potions? I'm very happy that we're finally getting this done. It's a little bit time consuming, but it's gonna be worth it. To have this resolved for the immediate future. So we're doing, what was it that we're doing? We're making a wisdom boost, which was orange, blue. Okay.
Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can use
Orange,
it. Great, now we can use it.
blue, purple.
Perfect mix.
Okay.
Great, now we can use it.
Orange.
Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can
Orange.
use it. perfect mix. Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can use it. Perfect mix. Great, now we can. Perfect mix.
That's 4.
Great, now we can use it.
Nope, don't need that.
Great, now we can use it.
Orange,
Perfect mix.
blue.
Great, now we can use it.
Okay, so these are like 26 power. So if I wanted to make what I'm looking to make without using any reagents, I would need to like use something that has quite a lot of power, honestly. The fact that I'm using these extremely low power potions as a baseline is not good for doing it without reagents. So we'll just make this with reagents. 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 right here.
Great, now we can. Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it.
It's all of you, right? No, not yet. Not yet. We ain't quite there yet. Okay, so we're making pure resilience potions, which means we need to
Perfect
add a
mix.
yellow to these.
Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it. Perfect mix. Perfect mix.
Yeah, some of these.
Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it.
Are all these catalysts at the appropriate level? You are not.
Perfect mix. Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can use it. Perfect mix.
Perfect. So we have the pure resilience potions made. Boop, 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 and boop. Nailed it. Alright, so pure resilience is done for the entire party. Elemental resistance is done for the entire party. Self-resistance is done for the entire party. What is the... I actually didn't read what the resilience potion does. I think resilience is probably endurance and luck, right? Is it endurance, luck, and speed? It might be luck and speed as well. I wasn't paying close enough attention. So the bulk of the stat boosts that we need out of alchemy in the immediate term are done. We're going to go ahead and put this here. And we have a bunch of alchemy reagents in here that we can use later. Oh, we also have this inventory to use. This is the same inventory I was just looking at. And it's all good. You know what I'm going to do, actually? So now that I know I'm not going to be increasing my alchemy skill later, it makes a lot of sense for me to just consolidate this inventory. I'm going to need a shit ton of red potions eventually. So it makes sense to just consolidate a bunch of these 2 space objects into the potion bottles. Because these items are not going to get any better. Like, these are not going to be improved upon later. Do I want to... Yeah, whoa. These dragon turtle fangs are crazy good. I'm not going to use the dragon turtle fangs. Because these are very powerful, and I can potentially capstone these. Like, I could potentially use these to create powerful enough potions to get me to the next tier.
Great, now we can use perfect mix.
It's probably not going to be reasonable to do that. I'm probably not going to have enough potions, ingredients of that power to make that a reasonable thing to do, but I think we're all set. Alright, so we've got 138k vitality, which is a pretty substantial increase. I think we increased our vitality by 8,000 on Sortira just from doing all of those, which is more than I would have expected, honestly. That's a much better boost than I would have anticipated. We have pretty decent resists right now. I think we're in okay shape with that regard. We have so many rings, and they're all going to be basically just so garbage. And I need to question to myself, there's gotta be a better way. Let's see. I think the better way is to mostly just ignore rings, except when they have Of the Gods or of Doom on them. So like this has Of the Gods on it. It doesn't have a great stat block, but it does. And this is fairly important. It does have fire resist. So we lose air resist in favor of... Sorry, we lose air resist in favor of fire resist, which is fine. Kinda, yeah. But I don't need to keep them in my inventory. I actually can just go back to Harmondale Castle and drop them off there. I don't like to get rid of any unique items. That's not really a requirement of the run, so much as a requirement of my particular set of idiosyncrasies. That's less a run requirement and more a just me being me requirement, you know? We will, however, take all of our random letters that we have and start depositing them into here. We can probably take these wisp wrappings and put them down here too. We've used the like one wisp wrapping that I actually need, and the others are technically like a unique item. Like they're a quest items, so I don't want to get rid of them. Why? Because that's just who I am. But I also have absolutely no use for them, and they are just taking up inventory space. So the map to Evanmorn Island I actually do need to keep. Message from Arathi I don't think I need. Basic cryptography I probably don't need. Message from Mr. Stantley. Needs of a journal. I don't know how many of these are tied to a quest that I haven't actually done yet. I guess would be some of them. Some of them probably.
My pack's
Okay,
full.
that is full. So we're gonna go here. Orders from the Shadow Guild, the map we need. Okay. Okay. Okay, anything... I'm gonna save just in case I run into a problem here. Let's save under dungeon, because we're technically in a dungeon. Let's see, map to Evanmorn Island I need... Let's start assembling golem parts. Okay. So we're getting rid of this golem part. I held on to it for that long, and then just randomly decided to get rid of it at the last minute. Let's see here. Did I ever do the other golem parts that I have? Is that the only one that I didn't do? May well be. Okay, I don't think I still need the Prophecies of the Sun. I think I've done that quest. History of the Vault of Time, I don't think I need. So, what else? Oh, right, I made an extra potion that I actually can use later, because I can just use a reagent on it. I can just use a catalyst. Alright, we're fine. We have False Report. We do need to hold on to this. That's actually for a quest that we haven't done yet. We need this letter from Johann. The Wealthy Hat we do not need anymore. We have Forged Vouchers here, which we could get rid of. Okay. Any other... Okay, we might have gotten rid of all those. I can't believe this side. It's too good. Okay, so this we are holding on to. We don't need to hold on to the seashell. We don't need to hold on to the wisp wrapping. So this is going to be generic quest items that we have already used that are not books or, you know, other writings. That's this. Why do we need to sort them in that capacity. Because I said so. Next on our agenda is... I had a bunch of them, right? Where'd they go? I'm looking for, what, the wisp wrappings? Those should be somewhere. Right? Are they in inventory too? Yeah, here we go. So we don't need the Druid Circlet because it's not used anymore. The Amber we can, I think, just turn in now, right? I don't think we need to hold on to the Amber. But I think, I don't remember who takes Amber. But I don't think we need the Amber anymore. Wealthy Hat we can get rid of. Trap Metal, Flying Fist. These are Lich Jars that we do not need, I don't think. I think these are for a quest that I do not have. This is for a quest for the dark side. So I don't think I need those at any point. Alright. I think we are golden. So, this has been a very exciting and action-oriented session so far, huh? We've done a tiny bit of one dungeon and dicked around in our inventory for 3 years. And funnily enough, we haven't even done too much in terms of optimizing our actual gear, which was what was advertised on the tin to a degree. But you know what? We're going to do another Gigasort. We've now massively changed. Yeah, now it's time to look for flowers on the maps, exactly. Let's track down that compass rose. You have up to your third inventory partially filled. We have a shit ton of crafting items. We have at least one hourglass. Do we have at least one, or do we have only one? Interesting. We have so many crafting cubes, holy shit. This is level 89 stuff. Let's see. You are level 142 required. We're 169 now? When did we get out of the 140s? Holy shit. Okay. I think we can just equip this. This is like a done weapon, right? Like, I don't think I need to interact with this more other than just, like, keeping it up to date in terms of level, right? So, this is going to, we're now at 35k. Not too shabby. We have this chest piece. This divine protection on it. Do we want to... This is an item that is, in theory, one of the... This is in theory going to be like best in slot. Let me take a look. What is the we're taking a look at the item, the equipment list. Guides. Okay. So leather. Alvarian leather is the best leather. The Might Magic 8 leather is higher than the other two. So Alvarian leather is the best, which means that this is not, in theory, going to be best in slot. We might eventually, because of how powerful the effect on this is, base and chance on this item are 50% stronger. what I'm probably going to end up doing is I'm probably going to steal this effect off of this and put it onto a staff. I might make a custom staff out of this. Alternatively, I could make a custom item, a different custom armor out of it. But because of how critically important this enchantment is, I don't think it makes sense to invest it into a subpar item classification. I think that we want to basically exclusively put something like that onto Alvarian leather if it's going to be on leather. So that's good to know. Shields. You have a Phynaxian shield. Phynaxian shields are Light Magic 7, I think. Is a Divine's Eldritch... Is this 8? Let's take a look at which shields are the best shields. Large shield, Olympiad shield, Ancient Phylaxian as... Is that Ancient Phylaxian? No, this is an Eldritch shield. This is... So the Dragon Hunter shield is the Might Magic 8 shield. And so the Might Magic 8 shield is the one that is the, in theory, best in slot shield. So, with that being the case, this has speed and luck on it right now. Am I content to leave speed and luck on... Oh, this is a small shield. This isn't a large shield. This is a Might Magic 7 shield, I think. So, I'm almost positive that this is not the best I can do. So, we're not going to worry about those. Do I want to worry about them anyway? Because, like, it's like a fair... I don't need to worry about that one, I think. This one, I think I can just ignore for the most part. The base armor is much lower on small shields versus large shields. So small shields are just kind of like worse shields, like kind of explicitly. They're just worse. There's no benefit to them. They're just kind of garbage. We're going to be eventually needing to steal this effect or rebuild that item completely. Rebuilding the item completely makes sense because this is not necessarily an optimized piece for the end game. This is a very good temporary spear, but this might end up being a better spear in the end game. Especially because I can actually purge off the special effect and immediately convert it into Of Darkness if I wanted to. So that's useful to know. Okay. Next on our agenda is going to Might and Magic 6, and let's go clear out that dungeon that we have access to now. And with that being done, we'll have Silver Cove done, I think. And we can head over to Blackshire as our next Might and Magic 6 destination. Right? Because we've got this done, we've got this done, we've got this done. So I think that we're golden in that regard. So we just need to get to Blackshire. Once we get to Blackshire, we can do a lot of quests. There's a lot of things that we can turn in once we get Blackshire done. Unfortunately, everybody's at their top tier now. So we're not going to have huge upgrades to the characters outside of the getting to Deyja. Once we get to Deyja, we get a huge upgrade for a monk. And that's the big one. That's the big upgrade we have in the future. Beyond that, we are mostly just going through the game, plowing through stuff, having a good time. Because our power should be on the upswing relative to our enemies for the entire rest of the game. Well, the drain and the speed is increased by the base damage. It scales directly with base damage, right? So, the base, it was originally 30 recovery, right? I don't know what the recovery bonus is now, but increasing speed scales directly with weapon damage, and increasing lifesteal scales directly with weapon damage as well. So the effect on the Of Darkness stuff has an intrinsic scaling with your stats and doesn't need to scale. The effect of the of darkness thing doesn't itself need to get larger because it's a percentage modifier on the stuff that on everything else already, right? Whereas if you're looking at something that's of Infernos, right? A thing that's of Infernos needs to scale itself because it's not a multiplier on some other value, it's its own value unto itself, right? So if you have, twice as high of stats, and the Infernos doesn't scale with any of that, then and to be fair, Infernos does scale with your might and stuff like that, but it doesn't scale with weapon damage directly. So you're basically with an of Infernos item, the might effect and the damage effect, because they're specific static values and not like plus 10% might, so like it increases your might by 10% of whatever your current value is, or the damage of the Inferno's effect does 10% of the weapon damage that you have. If it did that, then it wouldn't need to scale on its own. Like, it wouldn't need its own scaling modifier, because it's scaling automatically with your other components. I don't think I'm going to have too much difficulty here, but we'll just get a little bit into a corner just for the sake of it for the most part. We're not going to be able to handle this kind of damage on Sortira super well, but I'm not curing the poison in broad part because I'm just curious to see how big of an impact it is. And honestly, it's not that big of an impact. So that was basically like a test of like how hard the stuff in this dungeon is going to be. And at least for the swordsmen, which are admittedly like the weakest creatures in here, they're not going to be very threatening. Because I think that Venom is a great way to just test for that. So we're mostly worried about getting like fully burst down, and potentially the sorcerers, because I think the sorcerers are a lot higher level, and they're not dealing physical damage. They're dealing different types of damage than that. So just gonna pop over here. We're at 30% completion already. I could save now, which is probably a good idea, actually. We have a Thorn veteran here. I think I'm gonna save once I clear out this room, just because we have so much food, and this is an easy enough dungeon that I would like to save this iteration of it in case I accidentally get like an easier thing for the next one. I'd like whatever challenge that I have here, I'm just going to save this challenge, right? This subset of creatures. This may be a weak or maybe a strong version of it, but it's the one that we've got. So like as an example, it would be very easy for me to get myself killed in this hole, and I would like to not get myself killed in this hole. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to get ourselves killed in this hole. I am going to just drop out here just to see how we can handle the current pack. We've cleared out some of them. There's no reason to expose ourselves to this damage other than just for the sake of it. I think the damage flow here is very reasonable, so we should be fine. At some point I'm going to want to probably get meditation up to 20 on Sortira. What is this? Okay, how are we doing? What are you? Cursed. There we go. And I think, yeah, we're going to just save this because we can get ourselves killed here. And I think it makes sense to control for that. Is this the one that has the staff somewhere? Is it not? There it is. I don't know where it was, but it was there.
Now this will do.
Staff ice.
We could sell it.
And we need to go to empty inventories. Okay, you have been looting this stuff, so I'm not going to move your inventory. You're fine. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. We're not going to identify all that stuff yet. We'll identify it when we finish up the dungeon. Open this up. How much money do we have now? We have 13 million gold. Yeah, that ain't too bad. Yeah, that's not terrible. So, protection from eradication still, which is very convenient. Do we have protection from magicka? I guess we probably don't, right? Okay, obsidian. Oh, we have not actually, now that I think about it, we haven't rolled for barrels today. We haven't gotten yelled at to do the roll yet. Let's do it. We rolled a 3. We rolled a 3. That's so funny. Look, Severia. The dice might be weighted in your favor. You know what I should do, actually, is I should pull out my D10 and just use a D10. I think that makes sense. Like, just roll an actual physical die rather than pulling up a random number generator. Because you can just pull up a D10 and then, like, it's just 1 through 5 and then 6 through 10. Right? It's a very easy conversion. Yeah, that is a thing to bear in mind. Not super useful necessarily, but it is a fun thing that you can bear in mind, is that if you are ever like, oh no, I need a D3, you can use a D6 as a D3. As long as the thing that you're trying to get is equally divisible in, a D6 and a D3 are the same die, right? You have the same probability, right? 1 and 4 are both a 1, right? You just treat 1 and 4 as 1, and 2 and 5 and 3 and 6, right? So you can do that to get pretty much any value. Like, so basically, no matter what you're trying to partition between, you can do that to pretty easily get most values. I don't know, like, can you get every value between 1 and 10 with the existing dice? Not a 9, right? There's no D18 or anything like that. So a 9 would be harder. You can do D2 with a D4. You can also do it with other dice, but I'm just talking about like the easiest die to do it with. You can random between one option by recognizing that you can't random between only one option. You have 2, you have 3, which is D6, 4, which is an existing die in the standard dice set. You have 5, which you just use a D10 for, 6, standard die. 7 cannot, 8 is a standard die. So 7 and 9 are the two values that you can't do that with.
never see.
So
Heal me.
there's no like easy, cozy way to random between 7 options for with a standard dice set, unfortunately. But is my die here? I have a nice dice set that a friend of mine bought me at some point. Let's see, is one hand spirit damage D9? I think it is, right? Like, you'd need an actual, like, custom die in order to be able to roll for that. Like, I think... Let's see, is there a way that you could... Is there a way you could adequately roll something that you can equate to the D9? You would need a set of dice to make it work. And I don't think the odds would necessarily work out regardless. So, like, as an example, if you wanted to roll a D9, in theory, you could emulate... You could, in theory, emulate that by rolling a D8 and doing a coin flip, right? With you know, one value being 0, one value being 1. But I don't actually know... I don't know statistically if that works. I don't know if you end up with quite the same odds. You might end up with identical odds, and you might end up with slightly different odds. I just don't actually know. Intuitively, I'm of two minds of it. I have two different portions of my brain that are arguing with me about whether it should be equal or whether it should be unequal. And I think it comes down to me just not having enough confidence to say that I think that they're equal. I think that I have an internal bias towards saying that like to the null value. Like, I have a bias toward the null value of no, they're not equal. But I don't know that is a justifiable bias in this case. I think that they might actually be equal. I think that you could use a coin flip and a D8 to get a D9. You could. You can't. You could probably do the same thing, actually, weirdly. No. If you wanted to get a 7 out of it. I'm trying to think of how you would make a 7 happen. Right? Like, if you wanted a D7. Oh, you just use a D6 to do the same thing. I was like, how can you get a D7 out of a D8? Right? Because it's only one away, so you should be able to do something similar. And like, I don't think you can do anything similar because one lower value is not the same as one higher value.
Let's leave it behind.
And then I realized that D6s are a thing. So if it works, if you could just use a coin flip and pair a coin flip with a roll that is 1 lower, then you could, with a standard dice set, because again, a 50-50 value, even with dice, like, a coin flip is, you know, more fun, but like, you can do a coin flip with any die, because they're all divisible by 2. You just use the lower half of the range and the higher half of the range, or evens and odds, or whatever 50-50 split you want on the die, right? But so you should be able. I'm willing to say that a D8 and a coin flip is close enough to equivalent to a D9, and that a D6 and a coin flip is close enough to a D7. And, you know, if anyone's gaming group complains, you can send them to me. I stake my reputation on... My reputation as a serious statistician on this claim. 100%. I'm 100% willing to stake that reputation there. I'm actually not, weirdly enough, because doing random shit with statistics is kind of a portion of my channel that I'm known for, so it's actually a bad idea for me to, you know, to stake my reputation for knowing how to do math on something that I really do not have any evidence for or against, and I'm just going off of vibes. So it feels true. It feels like it should work. It also feels like it shouldn't work. But you know what? That's fine. I'm gonna perceive this in the optimist's way, as opposed to the pessimist's way, or the physicist's way, or the engineer's way. I really like the engineer one. The engineer one is funny. So, you know how it's like, oh, an optimist sees the glass as half full, like, pessimist sees the glass as half empty. I'm always like, and I think there's another group that this is actually like a common trope for, which is funny because it's also the way that my brain works, is I'm like, are you drinking from the glass or are you filling the glass? If you're filling the glass, it's half full. If you're drinking from the glass, it's half empty, right? Like, this is simple, right? Like, I think that might be the what is it, the linguists or something? I don't remember which group it is. Anyway, people who study language might... people like make that joke, and I'm like, wait, no, now you're talking about the way that I actually interpret this. This is a different joke now. And then you have like the physicist who asks which half. Because it's going to impact the way that I feel about this glass. And you have the engineer, and the engineering response is that, the engineer sees a glass that's twice as large as it needs to be. And I think that's a very funny, like, version of that. I read a lot of like nerd comics, like the XKCD, and I say nerd comics because I don't know that like XKCD and Saturday Morning Breakfast cereal and things like that, I don't know if I necessarily count them as science comics, right? They're often about science, but I don't know that I would necessarily call them science comics, because they're not consistently about science, but they're consistently nerdy. And I read several of those, so I get all the jokes about physicists and mathematicians and all that stuff. God, I was watching a video today, and it was so funny because it was such a physicist video. So I was watching this video that's by a PhD physicist who has a YouTube channel and just talks about physics shit. And And they were talking about God, what's that substance called? Give me a second. What is it? It's an element. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Rubidium. And the video is like, why is it always rubidium? Like, why do physicists use rubidium in their experiments all the time? And it was such a funny video because, like, the doctor, right? She's a PhD physicist, is like talking about rubidium and is talking about like hydrogen-like, atoms, where it's like, so hydrogen just has like the one, thing here that just has the one free-ranging, electron. And if you look at rubidium's basically just like hydrogen. They're basically the same thing. Rubidium has like, 84 electrons or whatever, but they're all paired, so they average out to 0. And then you have the one that's out by itself, just like hydrogen. So all you have to do is go, well, if we just assume that all of the other electrons will behave themselves, and then we can basically just treat it as hydrogen. We just need to change the multiplier on the size because it's the wrong weight as well also. So that component of this formula needs to change a bit. And it's so fucking funny because it's such a physicist thing to do, to just be like, assume that rubidium is hydrogen is the most physicist, like, stereotypical thing to say. And the thing that's really funny about it is that it actually works in physics. I think that's the thing that's really funny, is that it's like, well, if it didn't work, they wouldn't get to, like, step 1 of the process, because the reason that they're doing that, I believe, is to conveniently get the atom into, like, a specific molecular, like, a specific state or something like that. I don't remember the details. I was listening to it while I was getting groceries. But, like, the reason they're doing it is not to, like, test whether it works. They know that it works, but it's just so funny to think that you can just be like, hey, some guy did the math for something that's vaguely kind of similar. So if we just pretend that this thing is the same as the thing that we did the math for, we can just reuse the math, is such a funny physics thing to say. Like, look, if we assume that rubidium is hydrogen, is just funny. I love it. Physics jokes make me happy. And again, it's not like, oh, they're don't know what they're doing. It's like, that's just physics. Physics is so close to pure mathematics that you can do stupid shit that you obviously couldn't do if you were doing anything else, right? Like, assume that a penguin is a sphere is like is a joke, but also it works in physics because you're dealing with orders of magnitude and things like that, where it is a thing where it's like, yeah, a penguin is actually pretty much a sphere. You can treat it like one. Okay, let's take a look at the items that we've picked up and see if anything's Chinese here. Okay, well, apparently it's very weak. Very weak indeed. Pirate Cutlass, Ancient Lionheart Sword of Earth. We have a bunch of random stuff here. Why is this stuff all identified? Oh, because this is stuff that I identified before I put it in my inventory because it was in the chest.
We don't need this.
Okay, let's see. Disarm. Okay. Sleep and unconsciousness immunity is a pretty solid effect
We could sell it.
that we don't necessarily need to worry too much about. Alright, so doesn't look like we found anything too exciting in there. And how are we doing on EXP? Might Magic 6 has ticked up. Do we want... let's see here. Well, bear in mind that I talk very confidently about things that I kind of vaguely understand, with the understanding that if I'm wrong, it's generally not that big a deal. As long as I'm telling people I have some idea of what I'm talking about, I feel pretty comfortable. I'm not talking about stuff that I feel like if I get this wrong, people are going to set a building on fire or something, right? So, like, bear in mind that part of it is just being able to very confidently say things that I'm really not that confident in, and then to confidently say, I'm not that confident in this. If that makes any sense. Like, there's a...
Suppose you'll be what gold mine the rats.
There is a practice to being willing to say a thing that you're not fully confident in that makes people, like, think that you're trustworthy, which you're trustworthy in the sense that you're not lying to people. But, like, I feel like a lot of people struggle if they're not sure on a thing. They're worried about being wrong, and I'm never particularly worried about being wrong, because if I'm wrong about something, then I'll argue about it, and then I'll be corrected on it, and then and then eventually I'll have it right. Like, I grew up in a family that was very, like, very argumentative. So, like, in the sense of, like, we don't like to agree on things. It's like, okay, you said something that is 97% correct. We are going to have a 3-hour argument about that 3%. Because it's fun. We're not emotionally invested. Neither of us really cares. But we're going to have an argument about that 3% because that's the thing that is fun to do with our evening, right? That's my family.
The store is closed.
And when you come from that kind of background, I think that it becomes very easy to just, like, to just, say the things that you know. Because I think that a lot of people are like, ooh, I'm not sure. And, to be fair, like, depending on the topic, I will absolutely just, like, hold my tongue and not talk about a thing, because I'm like, I'm not sure I know this, and if I say this and it's incorrect, then there's a problem there. But for the most part, like, making fun of physics jokes, like making fun of physicists is not like a high intelligence behavior. It's just a, I read too much XKCD behavior. Which isn't to say that I'm not smart. I think I'm pretty smart. Just keep learning, and eventually you'll know more than you did before. That's my stance on things. Let's see. Let's see. What do I need now? We need to go to 8, is it? Are we back to 8? Let's see. I don't think it's terribly useful trying to do comparisons of intelligence between people. Like legitimately speaking, I just don't feel like there's too much utility in it, because it's such a complicated thing. The information is so imperfect. Like, you never see into another person's head. You have no idea what they're thinking, really. You only know what they're saying. And,
I don't have all day.
For the people who are not neurotypical in the audience, the things people say and the things people think are only vaguely related to each other. They are related to each other, but they are only vaguely related concepts. I hate to say it, and this is also true for people who are not neurotypical. This is not just a neurotypical thing. There's only a vague relation between the thoughts we have in our head. You sure? Well, I've been told. The kid's booing or something. I don't know what they're doing. I don't think I've heard them make this particular noise before, so it took me by surprise. I'm like, oh, this is fun to enjoy. Let's see here. Yep, I mean, we've got solutions to ignorance, and it's just education, right? Unfortunately, not everyone wants the public to be educated. In fact, a large portion of people don't want that to happen. I actually remember there was a thing. I actually don't know if I should say this. I'm not actually going to. I'm not going to talk about that. I occasionally have access to information that is semi-privileged information on some level, and I'm not going to talk about that actually. So, at any rate,
Hurry up! I don't have
suffice to
a
say, education is actually more controversial than one might think. Let's see here. Okay, we've got a ton of Ascension Emeralds. So, we have... We're level 163. The item itself is 163. Do we want to pump this Triton? We're currently sitting at 5k, which is like an order of magnitude lower than Severia. So I kind of feel like Severia is going to just be the bulk of our damage for a while. I'd like to get other people caught up a bit, but it's going to be slow going, I think, because we're kind of relying on... Well, it might not be that slow going, actually. Getting up to Master here is going to help a decent bit. We're actually going to get to GM, so we'll have double the unarmed bonus. We also need to get an unarmed item, or collection of unarmed items. Let's see here. Does anyone know? I know that you can't roll unarmed skill on a legendary. Can you get unarmed skill on a non-legendary by crafting? So, like, could I craft unarmed onto this? I guess I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to craft unarmed onto this, now that I think about it. I want to get a ring with unarmed, I think. Let's look at crafting a ring. Because we're not going to find a legendary that has a plus skill modifier. Oh, wait. We will need it eventually. I just realized that the Hands of the Master are going to be probably a permanent affix here. We're probably going to be using Hands of the Master eventually. However, the Hands of the Master, I think, cap out at 35. We're going to have way higher than 35 unarmed. So, I think that we need to make an item that has unarmed on it. I think I might want to make a necklace with unarmed. That might be the way to go. Do I want a necklace with unarmed? No, I think it needs to be a ring. I'm going to make a ring of unarmed skill. Let's figure out which ring I want to make it out of. So, this is an Arms Master ring already. I think I have an unarmed ring somewhere. It's at plus 37. Okay, so it doesn't cap out that early. So maybe we just do an Arms Master one for now for Severia. Just further increase the distance between her and everybody else. Do we want to rework this Warrior's Pearl ring a bit? Do we even need to rework these rings? Or should I just pump them a bit? Honestly, because I could just pump this. I could just pump the accuracy and Arms Master on this. Because I don't want to use control cubes on a ring anyway. So, do we... Probably about 40... Maybe, but I think the items themselves cap out at 250, right? Like, these scale up to 250. I'd be very surprised if in 5 levels you're going to get 3 points on the Hands of the Master, right? I could be wrong. But my guess would be probably like 38 or 39 if it's at 37 right now. Don't I have Hands of the Master? Give me a second. I'm gonna load my other file. Let's see. Whoop. Let's see. You'd be surprised. The enemies scale pretty high. It can get pretty rough at eye level. Alright, so you have this, which is similar, but this cap's at 30. So I'm pretty sure that I have Hands of the Master somewhere, right? They're probably just in a box somewhere, would be my guess. I might have them in my inventory, but I don't think I do. Hands of the Master look like Mogred gauntlets or something, right? Forged gauntlets. You can't teleport. Who can teleport? You. Oh, wait. Yeah, I've been pretty happy with mine as well. You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. We'll figure it out later. But 40 is also not high enough that it causes a problem for me if I make an unarmed item. Like, making a ring that's an unarmed ring is still a good value if I cap out at 40, because we'll have more than 40 by the end. So my guess is that we'll probably have at least 55, but I could be wrong because the character does have a lot of skills. Okay, I don't think I saw an unarmed item in this list. Let's take a look. I should have just like a pile, like I have piles of rings. So this is an unarmed ring with this is an antique unarmed ring. Do I have an unarmed ring that isn't explicitly tied to an existing bad effect? That's what I want. Just an unarmed ring that is not specifically garbage. I don't think that I necessarily have something like that. I might have sold something like that just now. This is another antique. Oh my god. All of my unarmed items are going to be antiques, aren't they? Okay. Oh, wait. Whoa. Wait. Okay. This is workable. I like you. Alright, so this gives +6 unarmed skill. At the moment. How far can we pump you? I guess we'll find out. Do we need to rewrite the rogue component? I don't think we need to rewrite the rogue's component, honestly. I think that's fine. Let's find our crafting materials. Where are our lower level crafting materials? There's some of them. Okay. Is this my lowest level crafting materials? Okay, this cannot be used. This cannot be used. Okay, so unarmed 7 is the highest I can get with a sunstone on a ring. But that's pretty cheap to just use a single sunstone to get that done. Presumably do this. We can do 2 here. Nice. Can we do 3? We cannot. Okay. Okay, 10 unarmed for a few random crafting materials is a pretty good bargain, honestly. So this gives a 10% power boost on its own right now. I am a dope. I need to reload this. I just realized that I needed to be looking at it on each thing to see what my other affix was going to be, and I just forgot to do that, so give me a second. We are... Sunstone first. And Sunstone, 2 of these and 1 of these, I believe. But do I? Am I gonna actually? Probably not, right? Like, it's not like I'm gonna actually add that other effect to it, right? Regardless of what I'm doing, because it's like that would be a huge expenditure for an item to get a fairly mediocre effect. So these are weaker. -6. So this is my weakest link right now. We're just going to equip this. So that gives me a pretty sizable DPS increase. I could play Vegeta. That's true. I think that any random Floridian is crazy enough to play Vegeta. I'm willing to stake my reputation as a Floridian on that statement. Let's see here. Did we have another one that wasn't attached to some garbage? Or not? Interesting. So this has 6 unarmed on it. How good is this?
There's no room.
6 unarmed. It doesn't indicate a difference in damage versus this. So let's remove this. Put it here. So this is a very marginal upgrade over the damage value for this. So I think we don't need to add another unarmed item at this time. So obviously we're going to get a much bigger bonus out of the unarmed. The unarmed effect is going to double once we get to GM. So that'll be great. But yeah, I think that just having one unarmed item is sufficient. We'll eventually be able to add more. But we don't necessarily need to invest a huge amount into that, I don't think. However, we do need some Arms Master gear. So I believe, and I'm not positive on this, but I do believe that this item is a... This item is actually... So Fleet Fingers gives plus 30 Arms Master. It is not class locked. So I could actually use Fleet Fingers on a rogue. Now the question there is, would I want to? Does it make sense to give plus 30 Arms Master? I don't think so. I think that's actually a suboptimal usage compared to a more optimally built set of Arms Master gear. So I think we maybe custom build some Arms Master pieces. I think that's how we're going to handle it. So I'd like to make an Arms Master ring that's pretty decent. And honestly, it's not that expensive to just invest into these 2 rings that I've already got equipped. I could get my Arms Master up by a fairly considerable margin just pumping these 2 already fairly decent pieces of gear. So let's do that first. So this is 75. We had a weaker setup, right? Yes. So let's go to here. And I'm assuming... Oh, wow. Oh my god. The crafting topazes are... Okay. So we're going to get the speed value on this built up. We're actually also going to increase the Arms Master on this. Interesting. Okay. Because we have all these low-level items for crafting with. We have a billion of them. And it's fairly easy to just pump this. Let's get the other one over here. No reason not to do both of them, you know? So... I couldn't have just used it there, could I? I might have actually been able to use the bottom tier. Holy shit. This item's so weak, it's so funny. Like, such a low value item at the moment. Alright. Okay, got that one, you got those. Okay. So both of these are maxed out from this page. And there we go. So it's 2 there. 2 there. Unfortunately, we didn't get the Arms Master boosted using these. Okay. Is 7 the highest we can get this to? Okay, so we can get plus 14 Arms Master instead of what we had before. Let's take a look at the difference. We're now at 40k. Where were we before? I think we were at, like, what, 35? Is it really that big of a difference? Okay. You know, it turns out if you have Grandmaster or Arms Master, you should probably make sure that you actually get your Arms Master items to a decent point, huh? Good to know. Also, we did increase our speed and our accuracy by a little bit, but neither of those are a huge effect compared to what we did with the other thing. Let's see here. I wonder, can we roll a dual Arms Master item? Because that would be kind of fun. I'm not sure if you can roll dual of the same skill, but I think you probably can, right? Would just be very rare. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen it yet or not. I think I might have seen it with something. But I just don't know. Alright, so that's done. It is 11:37, so we have time to do. Let's see. Okay, you also can get Arms Master gear eventually, which will help out your damage. Because we can potentially double this value. So, Arms Master is going to be something that everyone's going to need to invest some energy into eventually. So, I think that will be a puzzle for me. Is it a puzzle for a different time? Do you have Arms Master? You don't, right? You don't, because you get a similar style of effect out of your spell schools. So you don't have Arms Master. The other characters do. Well, you don't, I guess. You have Arm instead. Arms Master... I'm going to need to think about how I want to build this. This is a boost to elemental resist and speed right now. I'm curious about this item. I'm curious what effects I can get on this. If I could get another effect on this that's like plus Arms Master, I might actually just take it. Just speed, Arms Master, and elemental resistances is a very strong item for Civatira. If we want to eventually get her there. The end game for this mod is... It depends. The story ends in the same place. But there's a bunch of, like, mechanics that I just used 2 crafting amethysts. And that capped me out for crafting amber? Question mark? Jump power's not enough. What do you mean jump power's not enough? What? Confused game is confused? Why wouldn't it be enough? Didn't I just boost it with a... Did I... What happened? Did I get confused? I don't know what just happened. It's unusual. Okay, that gives another speed, which we don't need. One of the things that I'm basically just checking for here is whether I can... there. Things tend to be a bit more difficult, but... And because they're a bit more difficult, it does tend to take a little longer to get to the end game, probably. But... Because the enemies are scaling with you. But... because there's big difficulty spikes at different portions, depending on what you're doing. But the end game is basically going to be like endless arena, scaling into a really ridiculous place, and doing like crazy high-level maps and stuff like that is where you end up going eventually with it. So, it's in theory, it scales into infinity. Okay, Might Magic 8. We were doing Shadow Spire. Do we want to do the Shadow Spire thing right now? Let's see. Do we want to do Shadow Spire? Yeah, I think we might as well, right? So let's grab the Alliance quest here. And I think the Shadow Spire quest is the thing that's going to give me the most value. So, if we grab your quest, we can then TP over to Shadow Spire. And in Shadow Spire, we can talk to... We can talk to the NPC, and then I think we can just go in. I don't think we need the NPC anymore. I think once we recruit the NPC, we can open the door. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's how this works now. I don't remember which side he's on. I think he's actually on the other side, not this side. It's interesting that some of the enemies in here are already hostile. But it's fine. And yeah, the itemization system is I think basically built off of like the concepts from like your Diablo and that kind of thing, which is something that most MMOs use these days. This is Dice and Lumens. Okay. So I think we have the ability to open that door now. I'm just gonna walk outside before. Actually, I can save in here. It'll cost me 2 food, but I can save in here. So I'm just gonna walk into the skeletal transformer room manually, I think. Okay. Can I save here?
Let's get out of here.
So we are going to just leave. That way we can just make a hard save now that we've recruited the character. I think if we come back in here, we can just open this door now. I think that's been changed. Yes, this has been changed. We can just open this door. So I think that was the door. So this random archer is hostile. Why are we not... Why haven't the guards attacked us yet? Oh wait, it's actually the in the back is what... The back door is the one that I'm thinking of. You know what? Mistakes were made. Oh, hello, there's rooms there. I think we're in trouble. You know? That, went a certain kind of way. That went a certain kind of way. Alright. This is fine. I'm actually curious if the one that's already hostile to me is, gonna cause the others to aggro. No. Interesting. So the skeletal hunters that are in here are not tied in aggro to anybody else in here? Interesting. What's going on with those? Alright, I'm going to try to go into one of the two side passages here and see if I can survive by just popping in there. I think that might get the job done. Okay. Basically going into here, the hope is that only the enemies that are in here need to be fought, and that the others I can do corner plays with. And this worked better than I expected, honestly. Like, that worked way better than I expected. So, we could still die here very easily, but... I think we're in pretty good shape, honestly. Soul Ash can't actually hurt two of my characters. We're feeling good and healthy, actually. You know what? I think that by the time we get to Watchtower 8, I think we're going to be in a pretty strong position. I'm actually pretty confident. This party is really starting to get out of control. And we're not going to have... any super huge difficulty spikes in the future, I don't think. This was a very terrible idea, by the way. I did not... Ooh, hello. Let's take out the top tiers of melee. Okay. Easy peasy.
No match for me.
Yeah, things are going very well for us right now. This is... This is going very well. My guess is that we're going to maintain our pacing of having things be fairly easy for a little while yet, at the very least. Okay, I don't remember if there's like an event or anything involving this door. Who's attacking? Is that just people upstairs? I think that might be just people upstairs. Grab this. We have one more item in this corner, question mark? Oh, is that somebody upstairs, maybe? Alright, we're gonna go upstairs. I don't think there's too many that are in this area. They haven't all, like, coalesced here or anything. So we just go back upstairs. We plow through the vampire minion. And most of the vampires up here seem to... Oh, this door closes! That makes my life a lot easier. Okay. There's too many here. There's going to be a whole other set on the other side, so... I could have gotten myself blown up badly there. And I still can, actually. Okay, we're going to pop over here. We're getting attacked from, like, 3 separate packs now. So... I just want to make sure that we are giving them the appropriate amount of respect. Which is not a ton. but is an existing amount of respect. It's not 0. Okay, the master weapons are here. Yep, we need to get out. Okay.
Got it.
Nice, we got a nice pack here. This is very clearable for now, I think. Might get a little bit more out of control over time. Let's pull into the corner, just because I missed the shared life. I didn't need to do the shared life at that point, but that's fine. Clear these. Okay. So this pack is getting less and less dangerous, but we do still have a lot of enemies in the dungeon, and there's not a lot of places for them to be hiding. Most of them are probably still in this room. So this room can still get out of control. We haven't gotten to the point where this room can't be out of control because there's enough enemies left. There are still enough enemies left in this room to get out of control. I'm fairly certain of that, especially since that is a swapper! Why is it a swapper? Why do swappers exist? Oh god, I'm gonna die, aren't I? Am I actually gonna die from this? Oh, that's death. I didn't check the boss at the start there, who was a swapper. See, I did say this room can get out of control still. I specifically said that. Where's the fucking swapper? Where's the swapper starting? That was pretty funny.
I don't know.
I said it could happen. I didn't expect a swapper. I'm not super, familiar with the layout there, so, once the swapper swapped me the first time, I was like, oh shit, now I have to, respond quickly and get to the right position. Okay, we're gonna double speed, because I think that for the most part, if I'm in a safe-ish place, I should be fine here, right? If I pop in here, I should be mostly fine, I think. So we're just gonna double speed, plow through all of these. We will start fighting the next subgroup. There we go. Take that one out. Next subgroup, double speed. Okay, take those out. I'm actually not sure how many of them are in the final room itself. I'm feeling like there aren't a ton of them there at the beginning, and then a bunch spawn in there, maybe? But I could be wrong. It could be that there's already a bunch in there. Right from the start. Okay, we're taking some more damage than clear those out, clear this one out. Done. Okay, how about you? Okay, sorry about that. Should not have died the first time. I got myself killed in a silly way that didn't need to happen. I'm maybe gonna want to just open this. Okay, I can just open this, so we have confirmation of that at least. And I think we're supposed to close the door or something, maybe. I don't actually remember what we're supposed to do with this one. So we probably can just clear these out. Once these are cleared out, we should basically be able to get ourselves in the green, and once we're in the green, inside the chamber there, we can just save the game. I guess we can save the game without us being in the green, now that I think about it. We have plenty of food for such a tiny dungeon. Well, I mean, tiny's a relative term, I guess. It's tiny because of how easy I'm finding it. not because of its actual size. Its actual size, it's a mid-sized dungeon. You know, it's a normal-sized dungeon. It's not, like, tiny or anything. But since we're crushing it, it feels like a small dungeon. We're not going to take a billion damage. Can we do that? Can we get you all to rotate in? Not in the way that I like it. Like, they're not rotating as quickly as I want them to. If I go here, will you rotate it better? It's a lot of top tiers. I'm gonna go into this corner instead. This is a safer corner to be hiding in than I was. It's not like they're not gonna be rotating past me in a way that they are gonna block me off from retreat or anything like that. So do have instant death procs, very fun and exciting. Okay, we're just gonna clear out all of these. Plenty of archers. They stand no chance against our power.
We got it.
Okay, so you're all set.
We got it.
No match for me.
Okay.
Yes.
Easy peasy. Do we want to just save now since we've cleared
no
out
room.
all of these?
There's no
We
room.
might want to. I think that makes a degree of sense. Okay, let's grab this thing that we just dropped.
It won't fit. Sorry.
Right, we had everybody on their crafting inventories instead of the... instead of the empty ones. Okay, and you can go to here. All good. Oh, I didn't turn in the Ankh. I guess okay. We'll turn in the Ankh once we go back. I am wondering if we should maybe start doing the quest turn-ins only when we do the thinger. Like basically do the quest turn-ins according to the same EXP rules as everything else. There was so much that I was doing that was tied into the presumption that loading the zone up was presetting all of the levels of the enemies that led there's like so many cascading effects to how I would interpret how to do the run. So let's save under danger because we're not in the green here, and I'm actually going to go all the way up to here. This is the swap. Perfect. I didn't realize it was over here. I should have figured out where the swapper was. That is a thing that I should have just done immediately. It looks like this is not going to work actually. There's too many here, and the swapper takes too long to kill. Okay, so luckily we saved. I was thinking, oh, okay, we'll just clear out the swapper, but it turns out the swapper is pretty tanky. I'm gonna go over here. We're gonna go into this room. There are 2 bosses in this room. Okay. Then that's fine. You do you. We're gonna go to this corner. And from this corner, we're going to try to just lure everything into this corner. This is a pretty good corner, so I feel like we have a pretty good shot of being able to pretty much just clear everything out right here. The one concern is that the swapper has the potential to swap us to the other side here. Even if most attacks can't hit us, the swapper has an AoE. So the AoE could hit the wall and then tag us. But as long as we get the other bosses down first, we shouldn't be unable to like, recover from that, I think. So this is the reflector. Whoa, we got too far away. That's fine. We just switch our setup a little bit. And clear these out. I'm going to actually double speed for this, because I'm very confident. And if the swapper shows up and kills us, then, you know, you just know that I predicted it in advance. Because if the swapper tags me, there's a decent chance that I die. If I have double speed on, I might die to the swapper, if it just shows up. Okay. Like, I don't know where the swapper is in these packs. My guess is that it's probably somewhere around here, but it could be on the other side still. It might not have rotated over. It's really hard to say. Alright. So it looks like everybody here is cleared. We got through the initial opening. The opening gambit is complete. We can use this corner. Except we can't use this corner very effectively. The enemies seem to be stuck there for some reason. Who's there? If the AoE tags me on that corner, that thing's going to summon me directly into the giant pile of bodies there. So we're going to meander around over here for a bit and see if we can unlock that pool of bodies. I think I'm also going to save again. Does doing this move you? Doesn't seem to. I'm gonna go all the way down just for funsies. Okay, I don't see any evidence that that's gonna dislodge these. So we're gonna just pop back up here. I might technically be able to hit them from here. I don't think I can. I don't know what I'm in the red with here, but I think I'm in the red with something downstairs, not the things that are on the stairs. I could be wrong. Hard to say. The physics of these spaces are kind of weird sometimes. So, what I think we're probably going to need to do here is either this group is going to need to move, or we're going to need to get swapped and then immediately follow the swapper once it swaps us. And then it's alone-ish, and we can try to burn it down. Right? So the goal here is to be able to just burst through this swapper before anybody else shows up. There's somebody who's taking pot shots at me, but it's only one mid-tier. It's not a huge deal for right now. I hope that Sortira doesn't go down. Sortira hasn't gone down yet. Okay, Cortal's back up. We are golden. Let's go. We got another ring. Rings off of bosses are great, because legendary rings are, you know, best in slot forever, right? Like, those never get outdated. Wow, that is... Oh, shit. Let's use a different corner than the one we used last time. Let's just fly over here. The other corner is a better corner, but this is more fun to just use some variety, you know? Variety is the spice of life. Okay, next on our agenda is doing what? Okay. We're all set. We've got one Master Necromancer that's going to keep pounding into us. And then a bunch of vampires. And then, concerning, we lost our regen specialist.
I don't know.
That's quite concerning, actually. Yeah. There are actually set bonuses in this game. It's just exclusively for rings. And only for the top tier rings. No, it's not even for the top tier rings, it's for the second highest tier of ring. Top tier rings do not count. So if you get a top tier ring, it can't be turned into a set piece. just for like maximum frustration. Okay, so we're at 89%. How are we doing on EXP? You know, we're not doing that great on EXP, actually. We're getting EXP, but not at a crazy fast pace. Okay. I'm not gonna go... I guess oh, I could just walk outside and save. Alright, once we clear up this room, I think I'm just gonna walk outside and save. I think that's the way to handle it. You know, we don't even need to. It's fine. What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? Everything is going to be fine, I'm sure. That closes again. Open this. I think there's vampires down here. Okay, I think there's vampire down here. Okay, I don't think I loot these. I do not loot these. This is just a bed chamber. We've got a curse.
It's but a scratch.
You know, you all are not nearly as well stocked as Garrick.
Got him.
Like, you're considering that you're like a whole faction and not just like a random dude, like, embarrassing, really. Oh yeah, we have 3 reagents on our shelves. Meanwhile, not Garrick. Who am I thinking? Garrick has... You know what? I did mean Garrick, actually. Even Garrick's Forge has more materials than this, much less Clanker's Lab. Okay, so we're going to clear through this. This is also a fairly good proof of concept for the liches in the Watchtower. So I think that the Watchtower liches are not going to be that crazy. We have a lot of earth resistance. We're very like, we've got a pretty good amount of armor class. Like, our characters should be pretty tanky against physical damage. So I think we're pretty much...
Let's leave it behind. It's of no use to me.
in as good a position as we're going to be for that.
This is nice.
Let's fucking go! Increase melee damage by 5% for each enemy in nearbys. Oh shit! That is such a good effect.
Sell it.
That's such a good effect. Okay. So, first things first, we're going to just go ahead and... You know what? We're not going to equip this yet. This is currently a downgrade.
Let's leave it behind.
We're going to equip that once
Let's leave it behind.
So,
This is nice.
I'm so happy.
We don't need this.
I'm so happy.
We don't need this. Let's leave it behind. Let's leave it behind.
Imagine if we hadn't preloaded this dungeon. Because we preloaded this dungeon when we went and grabbed the quest giver. So all the enemies and all the chests in here were preset. When we died, if we hadn't, you know...
Let's leave it behind. This is not. Let's leave
Actually, I
it
guess...
behind.
we had a save already when we died, right? No, I think the first time that we died, we didn't have a save. So, we would have lost the thing. This is Eclipse. This is a quest item. Let's go. I forgot this was here. So this gives us another quest complete as well.
Excellent. Now here's
And
something.
I think what I'm gonna do.
Worthless. We could sell it. It's worthless.
Ooh, endurance and unarmed. I like it. And that's easy to upgrade into something better
Ooh.
later. So that's going to be very handy.
Let's leave it
Endurance
behind.
is like not the best
Leave it
stat on
behind.
Earth for me right
Let's
now.
leave it behind. We don't need this.
But
We don't need
it's
this.
for the character that would be getting unarmed. It's not a bad stat at all. And let's see. We've only looted half of the chests in this dungeon now, right? Yep, we haven't touched these yet. But yeah, I think all of the dungeon chests here
Let's leave
are
it behind. This is nice.
in these rooms here. I
This
don't
is
think
nice.
there's one toward the end.
We don't need this.
Dungeon,
We
disarm
don't need this.
skill, weapon skill.
Let's leave it behind. We don't need this. Woo!
Oh, Jesus Christ! This is a one-handed sword. We got a legendary longsword. That's one of the key classes of item that we were missing. I mean, this is just inventory management day, man. We're doing 2 dungeons and the rest of it's just going to be inventory management. Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay. Okay, legendary plate.
Jump,
Yeah, it's not
sorry.
legendary. But yeah, we also have... There's so many, like, classifications of items that we do not need anymore now. Like, we're actually, like... We've got the gear for multiple slots.
We don't need this.
Which
don't
is
need this.
super great for us.
Woo! Let's leave it behind. We don't need this. We don't need this. Let's leave it behind. We don't need this.
There's no room.
There's no room
I can't carry anymore.
Those are set.
This is nice.
Okay, we have
There's no room left.
a sword that might have been interesting to me if I had looted this chest first, but I didn't. Okay. Now, I do think that it might make sense to have a Darkness instead of Inferno sword, but actually that's easy to switch to later if I decide to, now that I think about it. So, we're just gonna walk over here and, like, close the door or whatever. I guess I'm gonna save first. Let's get a Widow Weep's Berries in our pocket somewhere so that I can save the game. Just in case. Is this the type that doesn't work? That's the type that doesn't work. Who has the ones that work? I guess I can just use an apple. Okay. So we're gonna save the game. Save this under danger. Pop downstairs, and we can go hit all the switches and try to trigger this cutscene. I don't know. We might need to bring the character along. I don't remember if we need him for the cutscene or not. So I think we're supposed to, like, close or will not move. Okay, do we just do these in a specific order or something? I guess so.
I think we'll need a key.
Too
Okay.
late for you, I'm afraid. But you will be the last. This blasphemy will be ended.
Pew pew pew.
Now, for our escape.
Okay, there we go. Nailed it. So that's done. We have cleared that quest. I guess we can just TP back to Murmur Woods. Get that turned in. And then we'll have the Alliance quest done. We have the Alliance quest done. We have the Eclipse quest done. So we can turn in the Eclipse quest. And anything else? Okay, turn this in. So how do we feel about this? I think we're going to go to Might Magic 6. In Might Magic 6, we have a quest to turn in. So we're going to we're going to turn in the quest in Might Magic 6. I just wanted to turn in all my quests before I forget. So I am going to do the quests not all at the same place this time. I am in fact going to do I'm going to cycle them to do whatever it is that is not the maxed out thing at any given time. I guess I should have checked if I was already maxed here, but that's fine. That's not what I'm worrying about right now. Okay, we're going to go to Enroth. From Enroth, we need to talk to somebody. Who do we talk to? I think maybe we bring the Ankh. I think we bring the Ankh to Whitecap. I think it's the priest guy. I'm gonna assume it's the priest, because I think the priest is the guy in charge of the Weirdo Knights. Not sure. Where the hell did I put the Ankh? Where did I put this Ankh? I think I did a Giga sort. There it is. I was looking at the bottom, needed to look at the top. Okay. So we're going to go talk to the person at Castle Stone. Turn that quest in. I don't know if that's going to make 6 the highest. But my hope is that we can turn in here.
Baron Anthony Stone, High Priest of Freehaven.
Okay. Done there. That does give us some experience. It doesn't bring us above the others, though. So, do we want to turn in a bunch of quests? I think we're not going to turn in the quests, actually. We're not going to turn in these quests over here until we're going back to 8. So, in 8, we're basically going to put a stop to going to new levels, and instead, every time 8 is the highest, or every time 8 is the lowest level, we go in, turn in a quest, and come back. Because we have several quests to turn in there, and we're running out of locations to go. So we're transitioning over to a new strategy for how we're handling all this jazz. So let's take a look at all these items that we've picked up that we haven't identified yet. We have an ancient blah 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 of blah blah blah, some ancient blah blah blahs, all that jazz. Okay, so random unidentified garbage.
Ah, it's useless.
Okay.
This is nice.
We have a Mogred Helm of Life. Your current helm is legendary, but is very bad for you. It doesn't do anything at all for you, really. I think I'm going to equip this for now, and then we'll worry about what we're going to do with this helm later.
Nice.
We might want to rework this helmet, actually. The issue is that we only have 2 helmet slots, so it might not make much sense to rework a low-level helmet that has an effect on it that I don't care about, versus just waiting and seeing what happens as I get further into the game. So there's our legendary plate. But yeah, when it rains, it pours. Man, we've solved multiple problems here. This is also might and accuracy, and plus $40 resistance is not terrible as an effect. So what do we want to do about you? So this is obviously a very powerful piece as it stands. We don't need to upgrade it in order for it to be great. But we're going to take a look at the list over here. And plate is... Golden plate is massively weaker than dragoning plate. It's like a 30 AC difference. So, like, that's base AC. So it's like 155 versus 184. So, I don't remember what level that is. I think that's capped out with the previous cap. So, how heavily are we going to invest into this item? This is Divine Steel Plate Armor. I think that we, at the very least, need to upgrade this up to Golden Plate. And we might as well pump the Might and Accuracy. I don't know that we need to pump the level, because the level is already pretty decent. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to invest mildly into this item. Let's take a look at... Where's my sword? It doesn't matter. So we're going to find our crafting inventories. And we're going to start working on this legendary plate. So, can we do this? No, right? Correct. Can we do... What is the in-between one? This. Okay, we can. So we can do this. I think we can only do this twice. I think it's 108 is max. And then we can move to this. We have so many of these. So this should be able to get us some pretty decent boosts. And I'm pretty comfortable with might accuracy as a combo. I think might and accuracy is a good damage combo. It'll be better later on when I have more luck, but I don't think that might and accuracy is something that's weak enough that I would want to rewrite it necessarily. The resistances is probably something that I should rework, huh? Do I want to actually reload for this? Let's save it under danger. And we will try, because I'm remembering now that I have actually 1 billion of both the pearls and the special items. The scouring pearls we have a lot of, and we also have a lot of the misty orbs or whatever they are. These things. We have plenty of these. It makes sense to just rewrite that to either of Doom or Stats. I think maybe Stats is more appropriate for our current situation. So just need to wait until we get the resist removed. Once the resist is removed off of this, we can is it just doing the same effect every time? I feel like it's doing the same one every time. Let's reload to test, actually. So this is before we... Is this before we identified stuff? Or just... Doesn't matter. Okay, so we're going to try to rework this piece. We don't need that for this piece. And what are we looking for? Yeah. So this is the right inventory to have open. We can save this under tests, and we can start our surgery. So that time it did load a different one off. And there we go. We got the right one off that time. So let's save this under danger. And the goal now is basically just to use a bunch of weak things to peel off the different effects. So that's... Okay, this does not want to move off of this. Holy shit. Wait, why is this not changing at all? Okay. It just stayed on the Phoenix for so long. So do we want to just do all 7 statistics? We might as well. Let's just do all stats. We don't need to put a Doom on this. I'm happy to put all 7 stats on this and call it a day. So this is going to have all 7 stats. We're going to continue pumping it because I think that makes sense to do. So let's pump it at the very least up to the reds. I think that makes sense to do. And honestly, I think it makes sense to go all the way to the Sunstones. We might upgrade this fairly quickly, but honestly, we almost certainly will not. It's 189 to might and accuracy and plus 40 to all stats, at 229 might accuracy, 40 everything else. Also increases melee damage by 5% for each enemy in nearbys. Most likely, this is going to result in Quartal passing Severian damage. Not in the listed damage. This effect isn't going to show up in the listed damage. But if I have like 3 enemies near me, that's already a 15% damage boost. It's like fairly major boost very, very rapidly. So if we equip this, we lose a little bit of durability because we forgot to do something important. We're going to use our Ascension Emeralds to get this up the tiers. Okay. Oh wow, there's more tiers than I thought there were. Wait, this is Dragoning Plate. Why is this Dragoning Plate now? Wait, what? Wait, what? Did they change something? That was Might and Magic 6 Plate, right? Right? Does it not matter anymore? Wait, can I always upgrade things to the maximum thing now? Wait. Because Dragoning Plate, I think, is the top tier, right? Dragoning Plate is the top... Wait. Can items from any expansion get to... Did I misunderstand? Did this change at some point and I didn't know about it? Because this just went from something that's very good to being something that is, like, kind of like a batshit item, actually. Like, this is very crazy good. So that is a fairly enormous increase in stats. Big boost to durability, big boost to Thanger, to damage, and then in addition to that, we're going to be getting up to maybe like double DPS on certain types of encounters from that as well. So Quartal is actually in a really good position now, like really solid. I think I actually am going to. Yeah, I'm gonna check this item to see what it is that I would need to use on it. I can upgrade it with purple topazes. Okay, yeah, we need to burn purple topazes into this. We're gonna get this up to reds because it's a very powerful effect when it is active. And again, this is a best in slot. This is the item that we're using item. So that does that. Let's get a control cube into it. We are high enough level to use this with a control cube. We can use another one as well. And that gets us to 162. We don't need to pump this any higher. This is going to give us 21 and 94k now. So next on our agenda is... We still have the sword. Let's work on our sword. Just need to find it. Here it is. Alright, let's put the sword into the work bin. The HB and AC on this are not what I want. I'm trying to think of what I want this sword to have on it. Do I want this to be DPS oriented? I think that I kind of do, actually. So I'm not sure. I think I'm maybe going to ignore the stats on it for right now, because it's a straight up upgrade for right now without needing to tinker with the stats any. And later on, I can adjust what kind of stats we have on this. So I can level this up a few times without too much risk, I think. And it won't, like, meaningfully reduce the amount of tinkering I can do with it later. We should also use our Ascension Emeralds to get ourselves capped out. I would like to be able to actually cap out as many of our weapons as possible, as many of these things as possible. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do one more. There we go. So we're at 162. So how much of an upgrade is this? It is a 20% power boost and a 13% vitality boost. That's, pretty damn good, considering that I haven't reworked any of the stats, and they're very low right now. I could upgrade both the HP and the armor class here. I'm not going to upgrade either of those at the moment, because I don't think that there is... I think that I'm better off waiting on it. So this will help us out a bit, get a little bit more damage in her. And now Komanatin is the lowest DPS party member again. Great for you. We love that for him. We love that for him. Okay. Next on our agenda. So crazy. It's 12:30. I'm going to save this under test. I think we've got ourselves an okay position here.
There's no room.
So it'd be a fairly marginal upgrade to DPS, which is kind of surprising. So we've got this steel plate mail, which we'll want to upgrade eventually, maybe. I'm happy about maxing this item's ascension level. We haven't been getting quite as many ascension emeralds as I think we got last time. But we are... Because that's not necessarily true. I think that we're probably getting the items in a bit of a different order, in the sense that, like, I'm going huge periods of time without getting the weapons, and then all of a sudden I got a piece of armor that I needed to upgrade from bottom to max tier, and a sword from bottom to max tier, basically, both at the same time. So yeah, it checks out that I would zero out my thingers very suddenly. Let's see here. So how are we going to handle the rest of this? The inventory boss remains undefeated for now. I'm not going to touch yet. We could hypothetically equip this helmet onto you. Is there much reason to? Not really, no. Not in particular. It's not a super strong item at the moment. Alright, you have a bunch of legendary shit in this inventory. Let's swap to this inventory, which is full of stuff that I can get rid of. Oh man, that's going to be such a major swing. Do we have any other quests we turn in here? I don't think so, right? Is this 7? And winter. So I guess we're just going to Blackshire and killing things in Blackshire until we hit the next level, and then we're actually going to leave Blackshire and head to Might Magic 7 as soon as we do. We don't have a ton of time, though, so I think I'm not going to do that immediately. Instead, what I think we're going to do is we're going to sell our stuff. We're just going to TP over to New Sorpigal. That makes it easiest to sell. I don't know how big of a difference there is selling in late game versus early game areas in this one, but we're going to just pop over here. We will grab some food so that we're not sitting at 0. Pop over here.
Don't touch the merchandise.
Sell this.
Come back soon.
Over here.
Looking for a weapon?
Sell this and this. And things are going to get really crazy on Monday, I think. We've got a bunch of new gear. We've optimized our Arms Master setup a bit, which is going to be very impactful over time. And we've got
There's no room.
just generally a lot of good stuff going for us at the moment. I think that the signs are currently quite strongly in our favor for how the future is going. So,
The store is closed.
Can I help you find anything?
you sure can. You sure can. Okay, we're gonna hold on to that. Ooh, this unarmed item. Do we want to pump this a bit? Yeah, let's pump this unarmed item a bit. Why not? Is our unarmed high enough that we could get another one? It is. Because we only have one. Oh, right, we only have the one unarmed item. I forgot. Yeah, we can get this unarmed item pumped. Let's do that. So, pumping this unarmed item, we can basically get two things happening all at once. The first is that we're pumping the unarmed skill and the endurance on it, which is, useful. The other thing that we're doing, which is perhaps more impactful, is that we are moving along the other component on it. Plus 30 to all resistances is not terrible. We're gonna go ahead and save under. We're gonna save under danger. That would be pretty decent actually, but I'm gonna keep going. We're gonna see if we can get better than that. Spirit, spell points, endurance, armor, and hit points. And do we need to go higher than this? Yeah, let's go Sunstone. I think it makes sense to. Especially because this character is now going to be a bit behind the others. Let's see here. So we're up to air thinger. Let's go find our jades. Sorry, they're emeralds, not jades. You have them. All right. There's not that many of these, but we also don't need that many. So... we got this to be of doom. Okay. I'll take it. I will gladly take that. Let's do it. Okay, so we need to get our mist things. They're over here. So we have an unarmed 8 and 89 endurance ring with 15 to all stats. That's a pretty sizable upgrade over the thing that you've got in this inventory slot, which is the worst thing that I have, I believe. So we're going to go ahead and take this off. We're going to replace it with this, which is going to give us a pretty huge HP boost, give us a bit of a swing. We're not quite going to catch up our damage to where Sortira is, but that's okay. That's okay. Everyone's going to do their own thing. Komanaton is very, very durable, though. Very durable and currently maintaining the thing. Also, we're going to get a lot more durable when we finally get Master and GM Dodge, which is coming up soon. Bear in mind, Komanaton is this, useful while not being online. Komanaton has some skills, but is fully not online yet. We don't have Grandmaster Unarmed. We don't even have Master Unarmed. We don't have Master Dodging, much less Grandmaster Dodging. We're missing out on a lot by not having these mechanics. The GM Dodge gives a 0.5% of dodge chance, which is really crazy. per point, right? So if we were to get this caught up, we could get a huge amount out of that very rapidly. So really looking forward to that. Wait a second. I just realized something. We need to buy Hammer Hands because we don't have the spell cast right now, and Komoniton can benefit from Hammer Hands because we now have the thing. So we're going to go over here. We're going to pick up the body spell so that Komoniton can maintain Hammer Hands from now on, which is going to be a pretty sizable DPS boost for Komoniton. Like, this is like going to be probably at least like a 15 to... It's somewhere between 15 and 30% would be my guess. I don't know how it'll translate to... There we go. There's the Hammer Hands spell.
That'll be useful.
So, Hammer Hands. 15% plus 0.3% per skill level. It affects everybody's? Does it? It's not supposed to. Give me a second. Alright, so you have currently 42k. Okay. Let's go ahead and file a bug report, because that means that I've been missing out on a big source of damage this entire time. Uh... 47, 45. Increase party's unarmed damage by 15% plus 0.3% per skill level. Staves with GM skill and unarmed is considered as unarmed as well. This affects me remains blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you 21, 24. You use spear and axe 49, 56. You're using a sword and shield. What is your number? 45. 5k. Okay, so yes, this does seem to be... I'm pretty sure that this is a bug. I don't think that there's supposed to be 2 heroism spells in the game. I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. So just give me a second. We're going to file a report here. Okay, so that's going to be a pretty major increase to my overall damage, actually. It's possible that that will be fixed by the time we play next, which, you know, I would assume that that's a bug. That would be my presumption. It's possible that they decided that they needed to have 2 different forms of the thing, but I don't think it's just the UI being out of date. I think that it's... I don't think it's supposed to behave that way. So, with that being the case... Yeah, it's meant to be a niche buff, right? Like, Hammer Hands is really good, but it's very niche. I think Hammer Hands was stronger than Heroism on paper before. Give me a second. Seems currently it's the same, which I don't think it should be. I think that it should be stronger because it only affects 1 class of damage, but it depends basically, because Hammer Hands is basically a buff that is attached to a single class because no other class gets decent unarmed. So because of the fact that it's attached to a specific class, like if one wanted, they could probably just like get rid of Hammer Hands as a spell, since it's literally just okay. You could just roll that damage into monk damage. But yeah, it should stack with Heroism, but it should only affect unarmed users. So it wouldn't be terribly difficult conceptually to just rework that damage into the monk class itself, and then like remove the spell and replace it with something else that does something that's more interesting for the party as a whole. Since there aren't really any situations where you're forced into unarmed combat. Like in a lot of games, like in a lot of RPGs, you might be forced into a situation where you don't have a weapon, and you would use hammer hands for everybody. But that's not really the case outside of, I guess. Yeah. All right. So let's see here. I think we should go train now. I think that's the thing to do, is to go train. Let's go to the Necromancer hangout and train there. And then once we've done that, I think we maybe hit up one arena battle and call it a day after we do the one arena battle, whether we succeed or fail. I think that's a reasonable way to finish up the stream. We made a lot of progress today. Weirdly, we've made a lot of itemization progress.
Very very
Let's see. I'm always ending at 1. I'm always ending at 1. Sometimes I've ended maybe like 120 as like a maximum in recent times. I've been fairly good about it. Let's see here. The thing that's important for me to remember, that's difficult to remember, is that I really enjoy being live, but it's actually very tiring, and I don't realize it's tiring while I'm live. So if I don't just set a very rigid, strict rule with myself about when I need to stop, I will go too long, and then I will struggle to maintain pace over the course of the week and over the course of months. So it's very important that I actually do end when I'm supposed to be ending, and not continuously be pushing back the timer the way that I have often in the past. Because like I've been able to be really consistent ever since I got back from Florida. Like I've been real consistent. I've missed a few days to being sick or, whatever, having migraines and this, that, or the other thing. But like, I've been able to be real consistent. And I'm very happy about that. All right, let's pop over to the arena. Do we want to do the arena? We actually don't want to do. It's Monday. I'm not going to the arena if it's a Monday. Ugh, Mondays. Can't do arenas on a Monday. Gross. I don't want to kill like 6 days worth of time for that. Does it make any difference? No. But do I care anyway? Yes. That's just don't worry about it. That's just me. That's just how I work. Let's see here. So let's see. What else can we do for the next 13 minutes? Because I was intending to do that. Let's take a look at. We're now 174. Can we max out? Can we upgrade this? 12 levels? I think I can do that.
There's no room.
Let's see. Yep. Time zones are a thing. Let's see. Do I want to try to do something with you? I'll try it. Let's see if 11 levels comes out. Yeah. 72. We're 174. Perfect. Got 162 here. That's not the right inventory. Okay, 171. Nice. You are only 144. I should considerably pump this, actually. Let's get this in shape. Wrong character again. Is it the wrong character, or am I putting that in the right inventory and this in the wrong inventory? I feel like there's an answer to this, and I'm not going to accept it. Okay. So we're this requires 165. Wait, are we? Okay, yeah, we're 174.
Sorry.
Okay. So 5,900, not terrible. You know, it's still like an order of magnitude less than Severia, which is, you know, that's all cool and whatever, but, you know. Alright. So we've got a good setup now, I think. We have this mysterious mirror still. We'll be able to use that eventually. This is 141 required. Do I... Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, we didn't want to pump this because of the thing, because it was like the wrong item type, but actually this is going to work fine. So we can just pump this 2 times. And that gets us 44 to all stats and a little bit of extra armor. Let's go. So we've passed the 100k mark. Cortal now has more on paper vitality than Comoniton does. Holy shit. That's wild, actually. That's really wild. Huh. Well, that's going to make my life a lot easier, that the regen person is going to stay up for longer. The legendary cloak here that's not super impressive. I could dump some points into this. Like, I could pump some points into the might and luck on this. It has a decent, like... It has a decent stat set, and I don't have a bunch of legendary cloaks, so I'm not likely to get a billion of these to replace, right? So yeah, let's do this. Just upgrade this mediocre legendary. And do we have a 45 one? I guess we don't. So we'll just slam crafting ambers into this. Okay, that's that done. Do we want to... Yeah, we have tons of these. Okay, so we pumped this up to a pretty decent value. So this is now a decent cloak. We need to get... more status immunity stuff. What I really should have, actually, is I should have more death and unconsciousness immunity. Rings. Death and eradication rings, rather. I need rings with that because those can comfortably just sit there forever. And that'll help my ability to itemize my characters more coherently, I think. Let's see, 52. Time is an illusion. This could have death and eradication immunity if I wanted to put death and eradication immunity on an item with no other stats. Let's see here. Might be a little bit wasteful. Considering that I already have the effect, it's probably not in my best interest to waste an entire item slot over that, just so that I can get a different belt on. Okay. Do we have more rings lying around? Ooh, there's also amulets. Ooh, this is an amulet with all stats on it. I don't actually know how good my amulets are in general. Sleep, blah, 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 regenerate HP, all that boring stuff, paralysis, fear immunity. Oop, that's a 33 to all resists here. Let's slap this over into someone's inventory who could hypothetically use it. Arms Master and Armor Class is at least 2 effects that are of value at all. And, you know what? I might as well do this. So, I think what we're going to do is since we do have like quite a lot of the low-level crafting materials, I think it makes sense to just like use them and re-roll this thing until we get something useful out of it, assuming that we do. We might not get anything useful out of it at all, but... And all 7 stats, Arms Master and AC? Sure. Yeah, I'll take it. Why not? That sounds like a great thing to have. And I have a lot of characters who can use Arms Master as well. So I think that'll be just a nice little boost. We do probably want to stop using more of these. I feel like we have used quite a few of these at this point, so maybe chill with it a little bit. Do I want to just actually equip that on you, since you probably have much weaker overall rings? Poison and weakness immunity isn't terrible, but is honestly not that interesting for a character that is as tanky as this character is. Where did I put that ring? Did I get the ring into this inventory yet? I felt like I did. There it is. Okay. That's a pretty huge upgrade over this. And poison is not as deadly as it was before. And poison immunity also does not protect against venomous enemies. It only protects against enemies that proc poison. And enemies proccing on me is going to get more and more rare over time. So I think we're all set there. That's 170. 170 grand. Let's go. Okay, so next on our agenda is to say it is 12:56. Let's take a look at our amulets. This is a very good amulet. This is mediocre. This is mediocre. This is pretty good. It's a pretty good legendary. The legendary effect isn't that interesting, but it's got a pretty decent stat spread. So it's got that going for us. It's got speed and accuracy. We're gonna start getting a lot better benefits out of all this accuracy that we have on these characters once we finally get our luck higher. We don't actually have very high crit chance on these characters, so that's a thing that we're definitely going to need to work on over time. Let's see. This gives $23 stats. So this character... I think this character mostly just needs raw stats more than anything else. Right now we need luck. We need quite a lot of luck because GM Axe gives us a modifier on crit damage. So we need to get our luck to about 1400-ish. Somewhere between those, because we have the 10% increased crit and crit over 100% increases damage. We need to get this thing active, and that'll be very beneficial for us. So we'll need to figure out how we're going to make that happen. Let's see. I don't know. I think that checks out to me. Like, if you're lucky enough, then the standard luck for you is like it's a superpower, right? Like, was Domino in the second Deadpool movie? Like, luck as a superpower is a very fun idea, and it is a superpower in high enough values, right? Like, I think luck as a stat is kind of a weird stat in RPGs, and it being tied to crit chance. Personally, I prefer for accuracy to be the thing that governs your crit chance, where basically the more accurate you are, basically the more you beat the target armor class by on the roll, that basically if you beat a certain threshold of the armor class of the target, that's a crit. Pillars of Eternity uses that as a crit mechanic, and I love that. I think that that's a great way to do it. And I think they even have like a tiering system where if you go like above, you can get multiple tiers of crit. Where it's like, okay, if you get this far above, you actually get an so like having critical hits, misses, and hits not be binary, but instead be like stages of 0%, 25%, 50%, 100%, 150, 200, things like that. I think that that's very cool as a mechanic. And I was really impressed by the way that they did it in Pillars of Eternity. But that being said, it's 1 o'clock. We have gotten a lot of inventory stuff done. We are going to be even more powerful than we already were. We are going to be more powerful than you can possibly imagine on Monday. And that's going to be it for today. So thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream this for you today. And I hope to see you again on Monday when we're probably going to start crushing things or die horribly. We'll see.